one of their biggest acquisitions in recent memory when they acquired three-time All-Star and former #1 overall pick Adrian Gonzalez from the San Diego Padres. Just 5 days later, the Sox were atop the headlines again when they signed free agent outfielder Carl Crawford to a 7-year contract worth over $140 million. Josh Beckett came to the Sox in another blockbuster move in November of 2005 and helped lead Boston to a World Series title in 2007. Today, after a night of speculation, it is now official. All three players are headed to Los Angeles to join the Dodgers in what will go down as one of the biggest trades in Red Sox history. Welcome to Fenway Park as we get ready for Game 2 of the series between the Kansas City Royals and the Boston Red Sox. Hi again, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo, and welcome to Red Sox baseball. Well, last night it was only speculation. Today it is fact. A huge deal for the Red Sox and in Red Sox history, but perhaps in Major League history when you take into account the number of dollars involved in this deal. Earlier today, the general manager of the Boston Red Sox, Ben Cherington, explained the reasons for the trade.
We felt like in order to be the team that we want to be on the field, we needed to make more than cosmetic changes. And so as we look forward to this offseason, we felt like the opportunity to build the team that we need, that the fans deserve, that we want, required a more of a bold move, and to give us an opportunity to really reshape the roster, reshape the team, and it was a difficult thing to do to trade away for players like this.
We welcome in Jerry Remy. And Jerry, we had a feeling last night it could be one, maybe two players, but this was a blockbuster.
I'll tell you, I've never seen anything like it done in baseball as long as I've been around to have this kind of move this late in the season. And the Red Sox unload a ton of payroll. You know, they found a team in the Dodgers who think they can win their division out there. They get these 4 players from the Red Sox, as you see right now on the screen. And the fact is they took an awful lot of money off the Red Sox hands right now so they can use that in better ways in the future. It had to be changed. Something had to be changed here from last September to this season has been a total disaster, and they felt like blowing things up at this point was the right thing to do. Now we'll see how they use that money to make this club competitive for next year.
Well, Josh Beckett was to be on the hill tonight for the Boston Red Sox. Instead, on short notice, it is Aaron Cook who gets the start. We're back with more from Fenway Park right after this. Broadcast with everybody. I'm Don Orsillo. Well, the trade has been made. The 4 Red Sox players have gone west to Los Angeles. The question is, who is coming from the Dodgers back to the Red Sox, and what the Red Sox get in return in this trade? Well, they get a first baseman who's got plenty of Major League experience. James Loney, the lone player to report to Boston. He broke into the majors in 2006 and has spent his entire big league career with the Dodgers until today. He's hitting just .254 this season, but has hit better than .280 in 3 of the last 4 seasons. Ivan De Jesus will report to Pawtucket, a 25-year-old who was a second-round pick in 2005. Since 2010, he's hit over 300 in the minors. He's appeared in 40 games for the Dodgers over the last 2 years. And Alan Webster is a 22-year-old pitcher who has averaged nearly a strikeout per 9 innings this year. He was the Dodgers' number 2 ranked prospect at the beginning of the season. Well, tonight the Red Sox have Aaron Cook pressed into service tonight on the mound. On the other side for the Kansas City Royals, Jeremy Guthrie, former Baltimore Oriole, who is 1-4 at Fenway Park. We're back with the first pitch right after this. Your local Lincoln dealers, AT&T, your New England Subaru dealers, Dunkin' Donuts, by Toyota's website for deals via Toyota.com, and by Southwest Airlines. Welcome to Lee County Day from Fenway Park. Well, the Red Sox and the Royals getting ready for Game 2 of the 4-game series here at Fenway Park, and things are starting to settle down here a little bit at Fenway Park after what has taken place in the last 24 hours. And last night, of course, at this time, we were wondering who was in the lineup, who wasn't in the lineup, and all kinds of speculation. Speculation is over. Things are now official, and Bobby Valentine can now move ahead with the roster that he has. Not to say that nobody else will be taken on waivers. That's still a possibility, and perhaps the roster could be changing as days go on. But we know who's in the lineup tonight for the Red Sox, and we do know that Aaron Cook is on the hill for the Red Sox as we get started tonight. And the Red Sox start tonight with a 60-66 mark on the season. They're 13.5 games back of the New York Yankees as they take the field tonight at Fenway Park. As they do, let's check out the visiting Kansas City Royals starting lineup. It's brought to you by Jordan's Furniture. Jared Dyson is in center field, leading it off with Alcides Escobar at shortstop, batting second. Alex Gordon is in left field. He bats third with Billy Butler, the DH. It is Salvador Perez doing the catching with Mike Moustakas at third base. Jeff Francoeur is in right field. He bats seventh. Eric Hosmer at first base bats eighth. Antonio Abreu getting a start at second base as he bats ninth. Aaron Cook pressed into service tonight on 3 days rest. He makes his 12th start of the year. Comes in at 3-7 with a 4.79 earned run average. 62 innings. He's got 11 walks and 11 Ks. Opponent sitting at 283 against Cook, as he lost his last time out on Tuesday. He went 5 innings, giving up 11 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned. That was against the Angels.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. They are 5th in the American League with 71 errors on the season. Pedro Siriaco will be at third base. Mike Aviles, the shortstop. Dustin Pedroia at second. And Murrow Gomez, the first baseman. Left to right, Scott Posednik, Jacoby Ellsbury, and Cody Ross. And Jared Saltalamacchia doing the catching for Aaron Cook.
Well, the umpiring crew tonight, Jerry Lane's got the play calling the balls and strikes with Corey Blazer at first base, Dan Bellino at second base, and Mike Estabrook is the umpire at third. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your remote. The SAP function is brought to you by Coors Light and Colonial Spirits in Southbridge.
Buenas noches, amigos.
Now the conditions tonight, we've really had a fantastic homestand so far. 73 degrees tonight. Breeze in from right at 10 miles per hour. Partly cloudy expected tonight. Lots of blue sky above as we start this game. And lights on here at Fenway Park as Aaron Cook gets ready to deal with Jared Dyson. Red Sox taking the first game of the series here last night. And ready for game 2. First pitch of the ball game from Aaron Cook. And that'll miss for ball 1. We are underway. Well, Jared Dyson came into the game to pinch run in last night's game. Starts tonight. That's a strike, and it's 1-1.
Dyson has very, very good speed, and in close at third base is Siriaco and Gomez at first base.
272 hitter, no homers, 9 runs batted in. As Dyson takes the pitch down and in. Did steal a base last night after he pinch ran, his 24th steal of the year. His last start was on Monday against the Tampa Bay Rays. 2-1, chopped softly, and Cook will field it, but they're going to call it a foul ball.
Let's see if the ball did hit his foot. It certainly saw some dirt kick up, and I guess a gut piece of Dyson's foot.
So the count evens at 2-2. Aaron Cook trying to bounce back. A couple of tough outings for Cook. This is on the ground right side, and a base hit for Dyson. So he is aboard, always dangerous when he gets on. Plenty of speed as he singles to begin things here in the first inning.
24 steals on the season for Dyson. He's only been thrown out 3 times. Gets that ground ball to the left of Dustin Pedroia. Dustin's going to dive for it. It gets by him, and Dyson at first base, certainly a threat to run.
Lead runner on for the Royals, Alcides Escobar, the shortstop at 303, 4 homers and 41 runs driven in. Aaron Cook has lost 2 straight, last time out against Los Angeles, time before that at Baltimore. In fact, he has lost 5 of his last 6 starts. A win mixed in against the Texas Rangers, in which he went 7 innings, giving up 1 run.
Of course, this is a game that Josh Beckett was supposed to pitch in tonight, but of course Beckett and many others on their way or in L.A. at this time.
Now, last night, all speculation, and it went on all night and into this morning, and really not confirmed until this afternoon. It is official, as a new chapter in Red Sox history really begins, and this trade is historic, not only from a Red Sox standpoint, but the monetary numbers that are going in each direction are enormous as well, and mostly one-sided. The Dodgers taking on so much of the Red Sox salary as a truly incredible deal. of epic proportions. 1-1 pitch is going to be lined into left field, a base hit. Dyson touches second, heading to third. No throw from Podsednik as he gets to third base, diving in head first.
Well, certainly being off at first base with the pitch helped that, and it's going to be a line drive into left field, really down toward the label of the bat. Not solidly hit by Escobar, but Dyson just continues on the third base. You see Podsednik faking a throw there, had no chance for him, and goes to second base to try to keep the double play in order. Now, John, you were talking about the trade, and I have never seen anything like that at this stage of the season before in my baseball career. And just incredible. We have new ownership out there in L.A., and they were hungry for players. They went 3 games back, I believe, in their division.
It appeared that there was going to be 1 player, maybe 2 players who you could move and unload some of that salary. But whenever we heard that there were 3 players of that magnitude.
Could you imagine being on the phone at the side of the Red Sox and they're saying, okay, we'll take Beckett's money.
Yes. We'll take Crawford's money.
We just had Tommy John surgery.
Right. And we want Adrian Gonzalez.
And we really want Adrian.
Right. On the ground foul. I mean, how fast did they say yes?
Probably pretty fast. Yeah. And now we'll see how the Red Sox use those extra resources to build toward 2013.
I also think it is clear that looking back to last year, now that we have seen what happened in September of last year and what has happened this year, you cannot blame the manager. And this is not working as it's going.
Exactly.
So, and they always say the old adage is you can't fire 25 players. Well, this is kind of a start.
This is certainly a change in culture. There's no question about that.
The 0-1 pitch is in the air to left as Podsednik drifts back, and he's going to play this off the wall. From third comes Dyson. He will score. Trying to score is Escobar, and 2 runs are going to get in for the Kansas City Royals on a double off the wall for Alex Gordon. That's what he does. Lots of doubles, and this double drives in a pair for the Royals.
Well, Gordon continues to use that left field wall here at Fenway Park to his advantage. Gets a fastball down the middle of the plate, lifts it toward the opposite field, and about 3/4 of a way up the green monster past Scott Podsednik, and 2 runs come in. So very quickly the Royals have a 2-0 lead.
This is the second time in Aaron Cook's career that he has started on 3 days rest. He's given up a 2-run double, and here is Billy Butler. Butler, the DH at 302, 25 homers, 79 runs batted in. I also think, Jerry, that it gives Ben Cherington now the chance to have some flexibility to do some of the things that he wants to do moving forward. I mean, when he took the general manager's position, those long-term contracts were really going to be there for a very long time. Is into right field off the bat of Butler, and around from second comes Alex Gordon. And the Royals make it a 3-0 lead here in a hurry tonight in the first inning.
Well, Billy Butler we think of as power, 25 home runs on the season, but this time going to the opposite field off Aaron Cook. That ball actually off the outside part of the plate, but Butler's able to cover it and drop the base hit into right field and scores another run. Butler picks up his 80th RBI of the season.
So 3-0 now Kansas City. Billy Butler at first base. So Butler at first base, and Salvador Perez a batter, hitting at .297, 8 homers and 22 runs batted in. Does the catching tonight. And chops one towards third. Siriaco will go to second for 1, on to first, and they can't get Perez in the back end. They are able to get Butler at second base.
The ball just not hit hard enough to turn over a double play. It was kind of bounced towards Siriaco at third base. and he does everything he can to get it to Pedroia to do his thing, but the fact is it was just not hit hard enough. And Perez beats it out at first base.
So Perez at first with one out. Mike Moustakas a batter.
I also predict, Don, that the players the Red Sox lost in that trade will do very, very well with the Dodgers. I think Beckett will pitch well in the National League. Gonzalez could be a huge star in the L.A. area.
I agree. And this is on the ground to second base. Pedroia is going to try and start it. To second for one, on to first for two. So 4-6-3 on the double play that ends the inning, but the Royals take a 3-0 lead after half an inning. Take a 3-0 lead. Red Sox are coming up. Red Sox starting lineup is brought to you by New England Chevy dealers. Scott Podsednik leads it off in left field with Dustin Pedroia at second base. Jacoby Ellsbury is in center batting third with Cody Ross in right field. Mauro Gomez at first base with Jared Saltalamacchia doing the catching bat sixth. Ryan Lavarnway is the DH seventh with Mike Aviles at shortstop eighth. And Pedro Siriaco bats ninth. He's at third base. Jeremy Guthrie on the mound tonight for the Royals. And his first pitch is down low, ball one to Podsednik. Well, with the Royals, it's his seventh start, 2-3 with a 3.23 earned run average coming in. There's a fly ball out to center field, and Jared Dyson, who moves into left center now and makes the catch for the first out.
We'll take a look at the Kansas City defense. Mike Moustakas will be at third base. Alcides Escobar, the shortstop. Tony Abreu at second. And Eric Hosmer, the first baseman. Left to right, Alex Gordon, Jared Dyson, and Jeff Francoeur. And Salvador Perez doing the catching. Royals are 12th in the league in defense. 83 errors on the season.
One down here in the first inning. Dustin Pedroia sliding into the 2 spot in the Red Sox order. Well, he was for a very long time. As takes a look at a strike and the count evens at 1-1. Center fielder Jared Dyson a step or two towards right center. 1-1 is Carr foul off to the right. This copyright telecast presented by authority of the Boston Red Sox may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent of the Boston Red Sox. One down here in the first inning as Pedroia is down in the count 1-2. Swinging a foul tip held on to by Perez, out number 2.
Plus, the Red Sox have seen plenty of Jeremy Guthrie in the past, especially with the Baltimore Orioles. Slide at that time to Pedroia to pick up the strikeout. Guthrie 3-8 in his career against Red Sox teams.
Key matchup brought to you by New England Honda dealers. Jacoby Ellsbury at 393 against Guthrie. And he goes after that first pitch.
No, you wonder, Don, how the fan feels about, moves like the Red Sox just made in a very small sample around the ballpark this afternoon. It was very, very positive.
Oh, I think it is extremely positive.
Yes. Spent a little time down at the Yorkie Way stage and then moved on to the field for an interview. And everywhere you go, people ask you, what do you think? And I say, what do you think? You're the fan. What do you think? And everybody said it was the right thing to do.
I haven't found anybody who doesn't think it was the right thing to do yet. Been a busy 24 hours for the Red Sox, and it is interesting that this has perhaps been going on for a lot longer than any of us really knew, at least with the Dodgers anyway. They had wanted several different players around the trade deadline that they were unable to obtain. There's some talk they're interested in Dempster. They wanted another pitcher, starting pitcher, unable to really do that. They wanted a frontline first baseman. They weren't able to accomplish that. Here in the waiver deal, they get both. They get Beckett and they get Adrian Gonzalez, who I agree with you, Jerry. I think those guys will flourish in Los Angeles. This is into center field. Dyson is coming in, and he'll make the catch that ends the inning. Through one from Fenway, Kansas City on top 3-0. Top of the second inning back at Fenway Park, Kansas City. Off to a fast start. Royals have a 3-0 advantage. Jeff Francoeur leading it off, followed by Eric Hosmer and Tony Abreu scheduled to bat in the inning. By Valentine talking about Aaron Cook coming back on 3 days rest. And he was saying that the bullpen right now at the moment is stressed. His words coming into this game tonight, and they're already pretty well taxed. They need Aaron Cook to go a ways here tonight.
Well, you got Aaron Cook tonight, and you got Felix Doubront in the ball game tomorrow. Hasn't pitched in a while either, so you got back-to-back days. where that bullpen could become very important.
Over from right field is Cody Ross on a good running grab for the first out of the second inning. I want to remind you to vote for the Amica Pitcher of the Week at NESN.com/Amica and enter to win a $100 gift card from NESN to the Yawkey Way team store. There is the pen and some moves tonight before the game. Besides the big moves going on today, the Red Sox also activated left-handed pitcher Felix Dubron from the 15-day DL. Placed outfielder Daniel Nava on the 15-day DL with a left wrist sprain again. And the Red Sox have recalled shortstop Jose Iglesias, who is here, outfielder Shea Swan Lin, and right-handed pitcher Chinichi Tozawa, who just left yesterday, is back from Pawtucket. As Dubron, Iglesias, Lin, and Tozawa active for tonight's game against Kansas City. So all kinds of changes going on. One thing that was not good, as you see Jose Iglesias there, was how David Ortiz felt after last night's game, Jerry. He is not doing well again.
Yeah, exactly right. And we could tell last night when we saw him run that ball out to second base and then especially walk off the field from third base to the Red Sox dugout. So a little bit different under game conditions when you have to run than it is in some of those side sessions.
This is to short, and the former Royal Mike Aviles throws to first base to get Hosmer 2 down. Live now, it's Radio BDC. Tune in to Boston.com streaming radio to hear the latest alternative music and get the inside scoop on events in and around Boston. There is Shea Swan Lin returning to the Red Sox once again. Fine defensive outfielder. 2 outs in the second inning for Tony Abreu. And a pitch in there for strike one. Abreu did not play last night. It's at 286. No homers and a run batted in. Coming up next half inning, we will hear more from Ben Cherington today. And Jenny Dell will bring us some of that sound from this afternoon. This one is chopped by the mound towards second. Pedroia's got it, and that's more along the lines of how things want to go for Aaron Cook tonight. Royals have a 3-0 lead after an inning and a half. Take the hot seat as local kids put the Sox to the test. Their musical tastes and pop culture picks are revealed, along with bloopers and other surprises. Tune into the best of Red Sox Small Talk, presented by Boston Children's Hospital, Monday night at 5:30. We'll Last half of the second inning back at Fenway Park, 3-0 KC on top. It's Cody Ross, Mauro Gomez, and Jared Saltalamacchia coming up.
Just in case you're interested, Don, my edition of Small Talk will be airing sometime in September.
I was interested. I'm glad you told me. That's terrific news.
You won't want to miss that.
No, I won't. Sometime in September.
Yes, I can't give an exact date.
Is it just you, or are there others involved in the show?
Well, I know Larry Lucchino taped after me on the same day, so I imagine, you know.
Yes. The president and CEO of the Boston Red Sox and the president of Red Sox Nation in the same Small Talk show? Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be the same show, but we taped it in the same show.
Here's a pop-up right side, and from first comes Hosmer onto the grass to make the catch for the first out of the inning as we send it down to Jenny Dell.
Don, it's no secret that the atmosphere in the Red Sox clubhouse is one portrayed of drama and turbulence. And while 4 players were traded to the Dodgers today, it's not about the team. It was more about the team than any individuals.
This is not about the 4 players we gave up, anything they did particularly wrong. We just haven't performed as a team the way we need to. And as we looked at it, we felt that in order to get to a team that a team that we believe in, a team that our fans deserve, a team that is a winner and sustains winning year after year, it was going to take more than cosmetic changes.
First major league home run for Mauro Gomez, and the Red Sox are on the board. Takes it right out of Fenway Park.
As Ben Turrington was talking about a change at first base, and Mauro Gomez hits a long home run. That fastball stayed up and in, and Gomez goes over the monster seats with the long ball.
So it's now 3-1 Kansas City. Here is Jared Saltalamacchia. Hess and Hess Express are proud sponsors of the Red Sox and the Red Sox on Nesson. During the 2012 season, Hess and Hess Express will donate $500 to the Pediatric Trauma Program at Children's Hospital Boston for every Red Sox home run. Hess and Hess Express committed to helping the cause. 1 out, and the bases are empty thanks to the home run by Mauro Gomez. Saltalamacchia hitting at .228 coming into tonight's action. Liner to right, and that's in for a base hit. So Guthrie retired the first 4 Red Sox he faced in the game, but a home run and now a single.
And Gomez's home run was on a fastball. Saltalamacchia hits the breaking ball. Curveball that time from Guthrie, and a topspin line drive out in the right field for Jared Saltalamacchia. Saltalamacchia now 5 for 10 in his career with a home run off Guthrie.
1 out, 1 on, and here's Ryan LaBarnway. Both catchers in the lineup again tonight. LaBarnway the DH, 146 so far, no homers and an RBI. In there for a strike over the outside corner. Barnway 6 for 41 in his first 13 games of this season. It's outside, 2-1. Jeremy Guthrie, beginning of the year with Colorado, went to Kansas City on July 20th. It's opening day starter for the Colorado Rockies. It's 1-5 with a 9.50 ERA in 9 games, 7 starts at Coors Field. 2-1 pitch is on the outside corner this time, 2-2.
I always liked Guthrie when he was with the Baltimore Orioles. I always thought he was a guy that could really help out a very good team. You know, not a top of the rotation guy, but a guy that could be a very valuable 4 or 5 guy.
Line to the left field. Base hit for Lavarnway. Saltalamacchia stops at second. 3 straight hits for the Red Sox with 1 out here in the second.
Lavarnway also gets the breaking ball, the slider from Guthrie, and he rattles it into left field for the base hit. Stays middle of the plate. And the Red Sox make some noise here in the second inning. On the field noise.
Two on, 1 away, and Mike Aviles the batter. Ed Yost and the Royals coming in with a record of 55-69. They are 14 games back in the AL Central. Former Kansas City Royal Mike Aviles, 253, 12 homers, 54 runs batted in. 1 for 3 in last night's game, in game 1 of the series. High drive to deep left field for Mike Aviles. It is back and it is gone. Home run for Mike Aviles. A 3-run shot, 1 swing of the bat. Red Sox take the lead 4-3.
Mike Aviles picks up number 12 on the season. Another breaking ball from Guthrie that stays out over the plate. And Aviles finds that shelf on top of the monster.
Second home run of the inning for the Red Sox. Second home run in 3 games for Mike Aviles. Hess and Hess Express, proud sponsors of the Red Sox and the Red Sox on Nesson. During the 2012 season, Hess and Hess Express will donate $500 to the Pediatric Trauma Program at Children's Hospital Boston. For every Red Sox home run, Hess and Hess Express committed to helping the cause. Still 1 out in the inning, 4 straight hits, and all of a sudden the Red Sox erase what was a 3-run deficit. Pedro Siriaco hitting at .349 out of the number 9 spot.
Timeout called as Tony Abreu, the second baseman, has to tie his shoes. He's got them all tied up and he's ready to go.
Breaking ball that will miss, and it is 2-0. Tap foul, 2-1. Well, Jerry, can you imagine if the Red Sox make this blockbuster deal and then all of a sudden they go on some kind of run?
10-game winning streak.
All of a sudden you're right in it. I realize it's a glass half full thought, but you never know.
You're a glass half full kind of guy.
It's just me. This is grounded by the mound. Escobar around the bag at second, and the throw in time with his second out of the inning. Scott Podsednik coming up. He flied out to center field in the first inning. His second look tonight at Jeremy Guthrie. Guthrie has not faced the Red Sox since September of last year. They earned a 6-5 win for the Orioles. He allowed 4 runs and 10 hits in 6 innings. His career 3-8, a 4.50 earned run average against Boston. On the ground right side, it is Hosmer who needs Guthrie, who's there for the out, but the damage is done. 2 home runs in the inning, the big blast, a 3-run shot for Aviles. 4-3, Red Sox have the lead. Back at Fenway, and the complexion of this one has changed. Red Sox have a 4-3 lead as Jared Dyson tries to bunt his way on. Down to the count 0-1. Aaron Cook fresh off a 1-2-3 second inning. And his offense comes to life and gives him a lead. Top of the order, Dyson, then Escobar and Gordon expected in the inning. On the ground right side, Pedroia's got it. One down in the inning. Hitting the road, take the Red Sox with you this season. Subscribe to MLB.tv today to see every Red Sox out-of-market game live online and on your favorite devices in HD quality. Visit RedSox.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. One out in the third inning, 5 in a row now retired by Aaron Cook. Now CD's Escobar coming up. He singled to left field in the first inning, scored the second Royals run. Line and cut. Pedroia getting up there, timing the leap. 2 down.
Oh, he timed that perfectly and went about as high as he could go, showing some ups at second base. Get up there, Dustin. Takes the base hit away from Escobar.
Two down in the third inning. 6 in a row retired by Cook. Alex Gordon, the batter. Gordon with another one of his doubles as he doubled in the first inning to drive in 2. He's the league leader in doubles with 41. He's 4 more than Adrian Gonzalez, now of course in the National League. Ramos Ramirez leading the majors coming in tonight for Milwaukee with 41, but Gordon has tied him up with his 41st double of the year. And it scores 2 runs now, 52 RBIs on the season. Inside, ball 4, and down to first base goes Gordon. First walk given up by Aaron Cook. Doesn't walk many people, does not strike many people out. But he does give up a walk here with 2 outs in the third inning. Now, for the best deals on great seats, visit Ace Ticket or call 1-800-MY-SEATS. Two outs in the third inning with Alex Gordon at first base and Billy Butler the batter. DH for the Royals, who singled to drive in a run in the first inning. Line to right at Ross, and Cody makes the catch that ends the inning. Through 2.5 from Fenway, it's 4-3 Red Sox. on NESN is brought to you in part by Eastern Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox television network. Tradition, history, and a commitment to everyone on our team. These are just a few of the things Eastern Bank is made of. Find out more at easternbank.com. First pitch swinging and sending one to right field is Pedroia down the line. Francoeur won't get there. Drops in fair, jumps into the seats. Ground rule double for Dustin Pedroia to start the bottom of the third inning.
Well, Pedroia extends a hitting streak now to 5 games with that bloop double down the right field line. Just barely stays in fair territory and then bounces into the stands for the ground rule double. That's a post swing where the ball went to the opposite field.
Well, Pedroia's got a double in 3 straight games now. And at second base with nobody out, Jacoby Ellsbury coming up. Ellsbury flied out to the center fielder Jared Dyson in the first inning, 0 for 1. Inside to Ellsbury. A lot of questions, a lot of fodder as to what the Red Sox will now do with a lot of the money that they have saved from the 3 big contracts that have headed out to Los Angeles. And some wonder if that equates to a long-term deal for the guy at the plate right now, Jacoby Ellsbury, who would be a free agent after next season.
Well, if anything, Don, it's going to be a very, very interesting offseason for the Red Sox. And there's no way to predict what's going to happen with Jacoby Ellsbury.
Pitch inside, and it is 2-0. Well known that his agent is Scott Boras. As out to the mound goes the catcher Salvador Perez. Aly Raisman will join us in the booth coming up next half inning. The Olympian is here at Fenway Park tonight, along with other Olympians from New England. Ellsbury swats at it, sends it foul. Cody Ross waiting on deck. Red Sox bat here in the last half of the third inning. This one sent foul over by the Royals dugout. 2-2 to Jacoby Ellsbury. He's 2 for 4 in the game last night and 7 for 19 so far in the homestand. Look at his career numbers. 554 games, 297. Full count now to Ellsbury. Guthrie running into trouble in the second inning, gives up 4 runs, 2 home runs, solo shot to Mauro Gomez, 3-run home run for Mike Aviles. Now leadoff double for Dustin Pedroia. Here's a 3-2 to Jacoby Ellsbury. And that's fouled off to the left. Center fielder Jared Dyson has stepped 2 towards left center. Up high, ball 4, and Ellsbury to first base. First 2 have reached here in the third inning. Well, tomorrow at noon, Ultimate comes to you from the 11th annual WEI NESN Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, where Jared Saltalamacchia pays a visit. We'll hear inspirational stories of Matty Dillon, Linda Ubertini, and the Graham brothers, to name just a few. Catch it tomorrow at noon on the Ultimate Red Sox Show, presented by Cumberland Farms. 2 on, nobody out, and Cody Ross coming up. Ross popped out to the first baseman, Eric Hosmer, in the second inning. In the air to center field towards the end of the bat. Dyson on the run, won't get there, falls in. And a bobble out there. Pedroia will take third. He had to wait to make sure Dyson wasn't going to catch it. But it falls in, and the bases are loaded with nobody out.
Yeah, Pedroia had to wait because, you know, with Dyson's speed, I mean, that's ground that he can cover. He's shading him slightly to the opposite field. Then it's a kind of a weird route after that. Ends up knocking it down. Pedroia has to stay at third base, so the base is loaded with nobody out.
Mauro Gomez homered his last time up. Got the scoring started for the Red Sox in the second inning. Inside, ball one. Guthrie in a heap of trouble here again. And there is action now for the first time. Everett Tiford is warming up. Left-hander warming in the pen. Gomez grounds it softly down the third baseline. Guthrie will throw to the plate. It'll be late. He throws it away. Here comes Ellsbury, and he will score. Throw to second base, and Gomez will be out there. So Pedroia scores, Ellsbury scores, and the Red Sox take a 6-3 lead. And Dustin may have hurt himself coming in.
Yeah, he did on the slide in a home plate because he had to scuffle to get out of the way of the runner that was following him. Best thing to do here is probably let that ball roll foul. You're not going to get anybody. There's the wild throw by Guthrie. Pedroia hurt himself coming in, as you can see. Then he scuffles to get out of the way to let Ellsbury score.
Made contact with the umpire, Jerry Lane, with both feet, it looked like. Cody Ross ends up at third base as Pedroia is still in some pain. Single and an RBI. They're charging an error on the pitcher, Jeremy Guthrie. Second run scoring on the error.
Now this is the RBI part of it right here, and that's the error part of it. The throw by Guthrie that gets by and lets Ellsbury come around and score.
So now Jared Saltalamacchia with a runner at third base and one out. Throw to third and back safely is Cody Ross, and barely. That play was designed and they almost got him.
Yeah, that was a very quick release by Perez, the catcher, on that throw down at third base. Wide open lane because of the left-handed hitter. Moustakas headed in that direction, but Cody Ross gets back.
Saltalamacchia single to right field first time up. The Royals bring the infield in all the way around. Wind is shifted here and is not kind of blowing in. 0-2. And a foul straight back. Well, Dunkin' Donuts is proud to give back at every Red Sox home game. Dunkin' Donuts hosts a nonprofit children's organization. Thousands of kids have had the chance to catch a Sox game thanks to Dunkin' Donuts. Today we welcome the Plummer Home for Boys from Salem, Massachusetts. Dunkin' Donuts, committed to the community. The 0-2 pitch. Outside for ball 1-2. Two and two as Guthrie just missed.
Looked like a pretty good pitch here to Saltalamacchia, maybe just a little bit low, but from the amigo pitch zone, looked like a strike.
2-2 is in the air to center. Dyson headed back onto the track to make the catch, tagging up and having no problem scoring is Cody Ross, the 7th Red Sox run, and the Red Sox take a 7-3 lead. Sac fly for Jared Saltalamacchia.
Now, Saltalamacchia, you know, he should be good with men at third base because he's got that uppercut swing, and if he makes contact, a lot of time the ball is in the air. And that time plenty deep enough to get Cody Ross home.
So 2 down here in the inning. Base is empty now for Ryan Lavarnway. As I mentioned, both catchers in the lineup tonight for the Red Sox. Lavarnway's the DH tonight. He singled to left field in the 2nd inning. And a pitch in there for strike 1. Red Sox scoring 4 times in the 2nd, 3 times here in the 3rd. Guthrie trying to get out of this 3rd inning. Dave Island, the pitching coach for the Royals. They've had action in the pen here as Guthrie has scuffled his way through this inning. That's a strike, and it's 2-2. Mike Aviles with a big 3-run home run in the 2nd inning. One of 2 home runs in the 2nd inning. Waits on deck. 2-2 pitch. That's in the dirt outside. Full count. Ball 4 and down to first base goes Lavarnway. Yeah, it looks like Ned Yost is coming out to make the change. Lavarnway with a walk. 2nd walk allowed here in the inning for Guthrie. And he will indeed make the change. Pitching change for Fenway Park, 7-3 Red Sox.
Insurance is not just how you covered, it's how you treated it. And 2 home runs in the game. Murrow Gomez picking up his first, and then a 3-run home run by Aviles.
First pitch in from Tiford to Mike Aviles. He is going to miss for ball 1, 1-0. It's called to the bullpen, brought to you by New England Ford Dealers. Jeremy Guthrie done after 2 2/3 innings. As Aviles takes a pitch inside, it's 2-0. So Everett Tiford into his 13th game, 1-3 with a 4.60 earned run average. 45 innings. He's got 26 strikeouts to 16 walks. 269 opponent batting average. 2-0 pitch is in the air to center. Dyson will move over and make the catch. Red Sox score 3 more times and take a 7-3 lead at the end of 3. Lead over the Kansas City Royals as we head to the top half of the 4th inning. Salvador Perez leading it off here in the 4th for Kansas City. And as promised, Aly Raisman joins us in the booth. Aly, thanks for coming up. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Congratulations on everything.
Thank you.
Terrific to be back here at Fenway Park and in Boston tonight. To you and the other Olympians going out to first pitch as this one is grounded to short. And Aviles will throw over to first base. What was it like? What was the experience like for you, the entire experience of the Olympics?
The whole Olympic experience was a dream come true. It was so amazing and so much fun. I couldn't have asked for a better summer, so I'm really happy with how it went.
I bet it's been quite a well-worn tour since you've been back from the Olympics.
Yeah, it's been really busy, but it's been so much fun. I've been traveling a lot, and just to be able to go to the Patriots game and the Red Sox game, it's been amazing.
Now you started practicing, I read, at 2 years old. Is that true? I mean, that's where it starts for an Olympian. Gold medalist starts at 2, right out of the chute. You're ready to go.
Yeah, I've been doing gymnastics for 16 years, and I'm 18, so it's a very long time.
So much goes into this. It has to be so rewarding for you to have done so well.
Yeah, definitely. I've worked so hard my whole life, so to be able to do so well and do the routine of my life at floor finals at the Olympic Games was a dream come true, and it was just a really good note to end on.
Now, as a group, they called you guys the Fierce Five. How did that come about?
Well, it was originally the Fab Five, but I guess the name was trademarked because another basketball team had it. So we just decided on the Fierce Five.
That sounded pretty good. It worked out all right.
How do you deal with the pressure? I mean, you're up there doing your routines, and just to the untrained eye, the smallest little mistake, it can cost you a medal. And how do you deal with things like that?
It's really hard to deal with the pressure just because you're thinking you're at the Olympic Games and it's every 4 years, so you have one shot, and you just have to not think about it so much. It's definitely easier said than done, but I worked so hard, so I just wanted to go out there and enjoy it, and because I worked so hard, I didn't feel that nervous.
Everybody was nervous watching you, that's for sure.
Now, has something happened to a medal here? Is there some sort of injury to a medal that I heard about? Is that true?
Well, my medal has a little dent in it. I'm sure it's gotten over-exaggerated, but it's really, really small just because I dropped it because I was letting a little girl try it on, and I dropped it on the floor. We were at the Today Show set.
Very nice. Well, it has to be a very big thrill to be up there and hear your national anthem afterwards. I hear from so many Olympians that is really where the moment reaches you, what you've accomplished.
Yeah, I don't really think it will really ever sink in. It still hasn't even sunk in, but even just walking out onto the field tonight, I get the chills just being in a huge stadium with all these people, and it brings back really great memories of being at the Olympics and competing.
And how you dealing with all the endorsements coming your way?
I'm having a lot of fun. I've been really busy. I took the red eye home from LA and I got in this morning, but on Monday I'm going to be signing autographs at the American Girl doll store in Natick, so I'm really excited.
Okay.
That's very nice.
Good.
She brought her manager with her too here tonight, so this is definitely big things are going on.
This is big stuff now.
Yes.
Big stuff.
This is Jerry's manager is usually here all the time too.
Don't believe him.
2-2 pitches on the ground to third base. Siriaco has got it, throw to first, and that'll wrap up the inning. Aly, so great to meet you. Congratulations.
Nice to meet you, too. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Red Sox have a 7-3 lead from Fenway. Seven to 3. Red Sox have the lead over the Kansas City Royals as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. And Teeford back out there again as Pedro Siriaco takes strike one. And thanks to Aly Raisman for joining us in the booth area. She is all over the place, very busy.
She's very funny, too. On the way out, she asked me if you work for Century 21 with that jacket on.
And it was just a matter of time before it came up. One of two jackets that I wear once a year that never seem to just, I can't blend it in. I can't just mix it in as part of the rotation. I mean, it just doesn't work out that way.
Yeah,
I mean, I try to slip it in. Maybe you won't notice that it's so yellow.
People notice.
And then the blue one I try to mix in. Maybe you won't notice that it's powder blue, but I got it, so I got to wear it at least once a year. It is canary yellow. So 1-1 misses, and it's 2-1. I like to pretend that I'm an announcer on Monday Night Football from the 70s.
Yeah. Dandy Don and Howard.
3-1 the count. As Leading it off is Pedro Siriaco here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
I can't imagine the pressure they go through in the Olympics like that. It's just incredible.
All that training for
that one moment.
One moment. You either do it or you don't. As this is down to first base, Siriaco with a walk as we check in with Jenny Dell.
Don, tonight the Red Sox are celebrating the beaches of their spring training home, Fort Myers and Sanibel. And with the opening of JetBlue Park earlier this year, Lee County Commissioner Ray Judah is here to tell the fans at home what other activities Lee County has to offer.
Lee County has so much more to offer. I mean, the tremendous amenities, whether it's kayaking, canoeing, the hiking trails that we have, because we really have spent an inordinate amount of time and effort to protect our resources. But it really is baseball and beaches. And we just are very thrilled to be the host for the Red Sox as well as the Minnesota Twins.
10,000 mini fans and 10,000 shell necklaces were handed out at the gates tonight, and one lucky fan will win a trip for 2 to spring training next season. Jerry, Boston is the 3rd top feeder market for the beaches of Fort Myers and Sanibel.
I didn't know that. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, we obviously like going there every year.
Oh, absolutely. Can't wait for March to get down there. And
best part of the year.
It really is, you know, a nice time of the year. You do about 10, 11 games. You have a little time off. You get to enjoy the nice weather, get out of the bad weather here.
There goes Siriaco with a good-sized lead at first base. Tiefer looking right at him. Now pitch outside. It's 1-2. Now that we figured out how to get out of JetBlue Park in a timely fashion, we get that figured out. Took us a good
the transition this year will be much smoother than a year ago.
We get so used to City of Palms Park. There is strike 3. Podsednik strikes out, first out of the 4th inning. But don't miss out on the 100th anniversary season of Fenway Park. The action continues in September as the Toronto Blue Jays visit Fenway Park for a weekend series against the Jays on September 7th through September the 9th. Get your tickets now for all these games at redsox.com/tickets. Here's Dustin Pedroia, who is 1 for 2 tonight. He doubled his last time up.
That's amazing. You know, we go to spring training every year, and I'm not a golfer. You're not a golfer.
Right.
Is Jenny a golfer?
I think she golfs.
So she gets to enjoy the links down there. More than we do. We live on them.
Well, you live on them. I don't live on the golf course.
No,
I live on a canal.
That's right. That's right. That's where you get bit and scared and all that stuff.
Yes, well, I fish until they talked about the monitor lizards moving into that area, and I don't really. It's possible that I may not be fishing there much longer.
No.
1-0 pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 1-1. But you have no excuse. I mean, you don't golf, but you live on a golf course. Why do you live on a golf course if you don't golf?
Because I like the atmosphere. I like to wake up in the morning and see other people scuffle with their game. Mm-hmm. You know, like to see them make bad shots.
You enjoy that.
Throw clubs. I don't know. It's just kind of nice living on a golf course for some reason. I don't know. It's very peaceful.
Have golf balls ended up on your lanai or anywhere near where
I've had a couple hit the lanai, yeah.
Fly ball center field, sending Dyson back onto the warning track. Makes the catch from his second out as Pedroia gives it a ride. 2 down.
But it's kind of a nice time of year. It's something, you know, it's weird how the season goes. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, this is the arrival of Josh Beckett, Adrian Gonzalez, and Nick Punto. We will hear more about them saying goodbye to Boston as they make their way into Dodger Stadium in L.A. So 2 outs in the inning. Siriaco at first base. And Jacoby Ellsbury, the batter. He flied out to center in the first, walked in, scored in the third. And there for strike 1. Now they are headed into a situation, they being Adrian Gonzalez, Josh Beckett, and Nick Punto, where the Dodgers start the day 3 games back of the San Francisco Giants in the NL West and 3 games back in the wild card. And they're kind of in an exciting situation as they arrive there in L.A. They are all needed. And, of course, Carl Crawford will be back next year for the Dodgers at some point. But interesting for them as they go to the National League. And certainly Adrian was very comfortable in San Diego, a Southern California guy, a guy who grew up in San Diego. And Beckett, who had all that success certainly for the Florida Marlins before coming to Boston. So, as you said earlier, I think they will go there and do very good things.
I think they really help the Dodgers. I really do. And not only for the short term, but for the long term.
And I would think, as that pitch is in there for a strike, that it may re-motivate a guy like Josh Beckett to find the fire that maybe he lost a little bit here. You go there after being traded, and maybe your mindset's a little bit different.
Well, I sort of agree with you. I don't think he lost his fire here.
Line into center field. Over to play it is Dyson will get it back in. I guess my point more is that being traded and going somewhere where they want you,
getting a fresh start,
change it.
Getting a fresh start, makes a difference. Yeah, I don't think he lost his fire here, his desire to be a good pitcher and try to win. I think that everything else around him, and part of it his fault, collapsed around him with him. And to go out to get a fresh start out there in L.A., I think is good for him. And he's in the National League, which should help him as a pitcher, I would think. And, we'll see how it goes for those guys. Good luck to them.
We'll be keeping an eye, no doubt about it. Well, I will. Jerry doesn't really enjoy West Coast baseball all that much, but
well, I won't stay up to watch them. But I mean, I'm going to be following and see what goes on.
2 on, 2 outs, first and third for Cody Ross, and a swing and a miss. Siriaco at third, Ellsbury at first. On the ground foul over by the Royals dugout. Well, on their way out, they had tweeted a picture on their way. Nick Punto tweeting it out.
They look very sad, don't they?
Yes, they look very disappointed to be leaving Boston.
And they used Don's plane to get there.
Oh, 2. The sliced foul to the screen. Siriaco at third, Ellsbury at first. Here's an 0-2 and another foul ball. Well, Gomez waiting on deck. Red Sox trying to add on here in the bottom of the 4th inning. After scoring 4 times in the 2nd and 3 times in the 3rd. Yost on his 2nd pitcher of the night. Jeremy Guthrie left after 2 2/3, charged with the 7 runs the Red Sox have. 7 hits, walked 2, struck out a batter. He's on the hook right now. 1-2. There goes Ellsbury. Ross lines it into left field, a base hit. Siriaco scores from third. Throw goes to third, and Ellsbury is safe. 8-3. Red Sox on top.
Well, Cody Rose picks up his second hit of the night. It's a curveball. Does a good job staying back on it. Rifles it to left field for the base hit. Siriaco scores. Ellsbury on his way to third base. No contest there.
So first and third and one out, a run in. Well, Gomez coming up. Fouled it off down by the shoe tops. Well, Gomez got 2 hits. His first hit was a home run, his first in the majors. Up over everything in left field. Had the infield hit in the 3rd inning, picked up an RBI. Part of this 8-run attack now for the Red Sox. On the ground and through into left field, a base hit. From third comes Ellsbury. Red Sox take a 9-3 lead. Moro Gomez with his 3rd hit of the night.
Well, isn't it ironic on the night that Adrian Gonzalez is gone to the the Dodgers, you got Moro Gomez coming in and picking up his 3rd hit of the night. A home run, 2 singles, 3 RBI.
Covidien, a global healthcare products company, is a proud sponsor of the Red Sox Foundation, helping to address health needs in our communities. Two on and 2 outs, 2 runs in. And Jared Saltalamacchia coming up. Jared has single to right with a sac fly to center. There's a pop-up foul ground as Eric Hosmer steps into foul ground and makes the catch that ends the inning. Red Sox get 2 more. We're through 4. It's now 9-3 Boston. By Eastern Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox television network. Tradition, history, and a commitment to everyone on our team. These are just a few of the things Eastern Bank is made of. Find out more at easternbank.com. 9-3 as Aaron Cook back on the mound with a 6-run lead. And working here into the 5th inning. Pitching very well tonight. Had a tough first inning, giving up 3 runs, but since then has been very good. Eric Hosmer made the final out of last inning. Leads it off. Rounded out to shortstop in the 2nd inning. On the ground right side, Pedroia on the high hop. Throws out Hosmer for the first out. Well, a lot of the players traded were tweeting today. Adrian Gonzalez among the players tweeting. Thanks to Red Sox Nation for everything. You guys are great. Excited to get back to Cali and be part of Dodger Town. So Adrian taking care of 2 fan bases there. Nick Punto also had this to say. Thanks to all fans of Red Sox Nation. Also thanks to all my teammates, coaches, and staff. The Shredder is no longer a member of the Red Sox. Went out for Tony Abreu. Cook about to throw his 50th pitch. Man, a swing and a miss. Abreu very defensively, 0-2. One-two pitch up the middle, and diving is Pedroia. Got a piece of it, but it gets by him. And into center field, and Abreu is aboard.
Now, Pedroia a little bit upset with himself that he didn't come up with this ground ball on the dive, but I don't think he would have got Abreu at first base, who's got pretty good speed getting down that line. Deflects right off the end of the glove. You can see Dustin thought he should have had it, but I think if he gets it, he still does not have a play at first base.
One out, one on. Jared Dyson, the batter. So he takes a look at ball 1. That is outside, 2-0. It's Saltalamacchia out to visit with Aaron Cook. Well, Josh Beckett tweeting out today as well. Hey, this is Josh Beckett. Just set this up to say thanks to the great fans of Red Sox Nation. I enjoyed the good times we had. Part 2 of that tweet from earlier today. Even in the tough times, I ran into so many wonderful people that were so awesome. I'm greatly appreciative to all of you, Red Sox Nation fans. Beckett creating that account today. 2-0 pitches in there for strike 2 and 1. Alcides Escobar waiting on deck. 1 out here in the top half of the 5th. Second 3-ball count of the night for Aaron Cook. And it's chopped to first. Gomez going to try to win the foot race, and he barely does. That's there just in time for the 2nd out. Abreu takes second base. Well, tomorrow afternoon, immediately following Red Sox first pitch, join us for Red Sox Game Day Live, presented by Uno's with TC, Peter, and Jenny at 1. Preview Felix Dubron's return to the Red Sox rotation. He looks for his 11th win of the year in the 3rd game of the series against the Royals. Live coverage begins at 12:30 right here on Nesson. Back-to-back day games coming up Sunday and Monday here at Fenway Park to wrap up the series and the homestand. And then it's out to the West Coast,
which I'm sure you're already packed for.
I packed 3 days ago, Jerry.
You know, you're getting pretty sick, I'll tell you. You're getting worse than I am.
Yeah, I have everything ready to go. To the suit combinations already. Those were done on Monday, actually, of last week.
Monday of last
week, I did suit combinations for the trip. Because to me, that is the most stressful part of packing, is worrying about the suit combos. I don't know if it is for you or not. You probably don't care.
Quite honestly, I don't care. As long as, you know, actually, my wife puts together the shirts and ties.
Yeah,
so
you know, I do all that stuff myself.
Yeah.
And that's what takes a long time. Because I never wear the same tie twice in the same season, which you know is a problem. So this one is fouled off at the dish.
I'm actually, you know, I'm kind of like you a little bit, right there to get prepared beforehand. But I'm running a little late this time. I haven't packed yet.
What's going on?
I don't know.
Busy with other stuff, putting it off, don't want to go?
I've started, but I haven't got stuff in the suitcase yet, and that kind of bugs me a little bit.
You really haven't started then. If it's not in the suitcase.
It's not in the suitcase.
Then you really haven't started anything.
Tomorrow night. If not,
you may not go.
See when
you're
you
just putting it off, Jerry, is what you're doing. The 0-2 pitch coming to Escobar. And it's fouled down the right field line, out of play.
It's kind of strange. You already started to pack for spring training. I mean, I find that a little bizarre,
well,
too.
that's when it gets a little out of control. I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
But I will say, I start cleaning stuff up out of my bags and everything else right after the Christmas holiday for spring training. Because that's really, to me, as soon as Christmas and New Year's are over, spring training's here like that. So I start at that point. Clearing up
really
bags.
is. Once after New Year's rolls around, it's there.
Start buying pens and getting my scorecards ready. On the ground and by the dive, Aviles at short, and stopping at third base is Abreu. Escobar at first base with 2 down.
Second hit of the night for Escobar came into the game at 3:03. As a 2-for-3 night going, also got robbed of a hit by Dustin Pedroia on a line drive to second base. Escobar, another guy that can run at the top of this lineup. He's got 25 steals on the season.
Gordon takes pitch outside for ball 1. Doubled in the first, walked in the third. Double in the first, scored 2 runs. Stirring going on in the Red Sox pen for the first time tonight. Looks like somebody's going to be getting up. 1-0 fouled off to the left, 1-1. Time now for tonight's AT&T trivia question. Who was the only Hall of Famer to be traded from the Red Sox to the Dodgers? Clayton Mortensen starting to warm in the Red Sox pen. First action we've seen out there tonight is Aaron Cook ready with a 1-1 pitch. Gordon hits fly ball to center field. Ellsbury moves over and makes the catch that ends the inning. Halfway through this one from Fenway, it's 9-3, Red Sox on top. Last half of the fifth inning, 9-3. Red Sox have the lead over the Kansas City Royals. And leading it off, Ryan Lavarnway. As Tiford returns to the mound. Trying to eat some innings up here. For the Royals, their starter, Jeremy Guthrie, goes just 2 2/3 innings, and Everett Tiford has been in since the third inning. And a swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Barnway has been on twice, a single and a walk. Well, the pitching line brought to you by Lexus. The starter tonight for the Royals goes 2 2/3, 7 hits, 7 runs. 6 of them were earned runs. Walked 2, struck out 1, and threw 53 pitches. Two and 2 the count. Barnway now, Aviles, then Siriaco. Expected here in the bottom of the fifth. Swinging a foul tip, held onto by Perez. Second strikeout for Tiford. Whether you're watching the game at the park or at home, Eastern Bank's mobile banking lets you access your account from wherever you are. It's just one more way Eastern Bank is making banking easier. Learn more at easternbank.com. One out in the fifth inning, Mike Aviles. It's a fly ball out to right center field. Dyson gets back over into right center and makes the catch. A lot of speed and gets there with plenty of time to spare. 2 down. Well, tonight, following our Red Sox coverage, join Dale Arnold for Nesson Daily, presented by Sunlight Financial. Have complete reaction and analysis of the Red Sox deal with the Dodgers, including former Red Sox manager and Dodgers analyst Kevin Kennedy's take on the players coming to Boston. All this and much more on Nesson Daily tonight after our Red Sox coverage, only on Nesson. 2 outs in the fifth for Pedro Siriaco. This one fouled off to the right, out of play. Well, the only player that is physically coming here to Boston is James Loney. Broke into the majors in 2006, has spent his entire big league career with the Dodgers until today. Hitting at .254 this year, but has hit better than .280 in 3 of the last 4 seasons. Look at his career numbers. Siriaco leaning but doesn't swing. As the count evens at 2 and 2. Scott Podsednik, top of the Red Sox order, waiting on deck. Liner into center field for Siriaco. He's got his first hit of the game, second time he's been on.
As Siriaco walked back in the fourth inning, now the line shot up the middle off Tiford. Fastball right down the middle of the plate and right over the shoulder of Tiford as he flinched as the ball goes into center field.
Everybody in the Red Sox starting 9 has a base hit with the exception of the man at the plate, Scott Podsednik. He's 0 for 3. He's fly to center, grounded out and struck out. Everybody else has at least 1 hit. And the Red Sox now have 11 in the contest. Coming up next half inning, we'll check in and see what is next for the Red Sox. Jenny Dell will delve into that topic as the pitch is in there for strike over the inside corner. Sednick backing out of the way of a pitch that misses inside. Action for Kansas City. Lewis Coleman is up in the pen. Jeremy Guthrie, the starter tonight. Kansas City lasts just 2 2/3 innings. Everett Tieford has been in ever since. Here's a grounder. Tieford kicks out towards short. May have helped. Throw to first is not in time. He pulls him off the bag. So it appeared that when that got a piece of Tieford on the way back, that it may help out the shortstop Escobar, but the throw pulls Hosmer apparently off. He left early, maybe.
Yeah, he did leave the bag early at first base. There's no question about that. The question is whether the ball pulled him off first base. And I believe it did. The throw looked like it was inside the line a little bit, as you can see here, and he has to reach, come off the base to make the catch, and it's a base hit for Pasednik.
So the pitching change made as Tieford's night is over. And the Red Sox here with a 9-3 lead. We'll see a new pitcher as Lewis Coleman makes his way in. Royals and threatening again with 2 on as Lewis Coleman becomes the third Kansas City pitcher of the night. 31st appearance, 3.96 ERA. Opponent's only hitting at 203 against the right-hander who misses outside to Dustin Pedroia for ball 1. So far, Tieford has been charged with 2 runs since coming into the game. He's responsible for the 2 men on as he departs. Check swing, foul ball down the right field line. Siriaco at second, put Sednick at first, 2 away. 1-1 pitch coming to Pedroia. On the ground, foul.
Coleman, another one of those guys. It looks like he throws across his body, not as obvious as Weaver, Jared Weaver, who we saw earlier this week.
To right field, Francoeur was playing shallow, but he gets back to make the catch. That ends the inning. The Red Sox strand a pair. We're through 5. It's 9-3 Red Sox. Visit the Beth Israel First Aid Stand behind Section 12. Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox. Visit them at bidmc.org. That's on to the 6th inning. And more Aaron Cook as he works into the 6th tonight. Gave up 3 runs back in the first inning, but none since. Kansas City has left 3 men on as Billy Butler leads it off and sends one to short right. This will fall in for a base hit. Second hit of the night for Billy Butler as we send it down to Jenny Dell.
Don, the major theme in Ben Cherington's press conference earlier today was using discipline moving forward. And with the Red Sox saving nearly $260 million with this trade, Cherington tells the fans at home what to expect with this new payroll flexibility.
Fans can expect us to work our tails off to put the best team together going forward and starting this offseason and for 2013. We have to be disciplined in the way we do that. We can't go out tomorrow or the next day and fill up the payroll flexibility we just created. So that'll happen. There's a clear commitment from ownership here. We are gonna. We're going to continue to have a significant payroll. We're going to spend money on players. We're going to be committed to building the best team we possibly can.
When Cherington was asked if trading players they recently signed to big contracts would discourage free agents to come here, he said, if this team plays like they should, that shouldn't be an issue. Don?
Jay, thank you very much. Red Sox certainly do have a lot of flexibility now. It's amazing. And I'm still stunned, Jerry, by how much they now have based on the contracts that have been freed up. As this one is chopped to short. Avila is still trouble. He'll tag the bag and fire to first, and in the end gets it done. Trouble getting it out of the glove. Then he decided to take it to the bag himself, and he gets it done in the end.
Yeah, from that angle, he didn't want to take the chance of flipping the ball to Pedroia. He was not at a good angle for that, so he decides to take it himself and completes the double play. Now, for me, it's like somebody calling and saying, you know, hey, Jerry, you got this house you got a mortgage on it. I'm going to just go ahead and pay it off, you know.
Right.
And, oh, okay.
It'll free up all the money you're going to make now to do whatever you want with it.
Yeah, and by the way, and not only that, understand you own a car.
Yeah.
I'll take that off your hands, you know, and
In a boat.
yeah,
A boat.
we'll take all that. There's no problem.
And we'll even give you some stuff back for it.
Yeah, we'll give you some stuff back that maybe you can use in the future. You know,
Very similar.
Pretty good deal.
Yeah,
You know? And you're sitting there and you're going, is this Christmas morning?
You think it's a scam?
Yeah.
Saw Andrew Miller up in the pen as Mike Moustakas drives us out to right center field, but Ellsbury will get back there to make the catch and end the inning. Every day is like Christmas morning when you're Jerry Remy. It's 9-3 Red Sox. Red Sox extra innings live at TC Jim and Jenny. Another breakdown of Aaron Cook's outing, including his take on tonight's performance. Plus, catch Bobby Valentine's thoughts on Game 2 of the series from the Fenway interview room. It's all coming up right after the game on WB Mason. Red Sox extra innings live.
Well, happy birthday. Happy 11th birthday. A couple more years, you'll be a teenager.
This one is popped up right side off the bat of Ellsbury. Eric Hosmer staggers but makes the catch. It's time for a game break in. Tom Caron, TC. Okay, Tom, thank you very much. 9-3 here, Red Sox on top. How about Roger Clemens coming back at 50?
What's he doing?
I don't know. There is one school of thought on that.
That he needs the money.
No. Well, I mean, I think anytime you have legal fees for 3 years, you're going to need some money, maybe.
Yeah.
That'd be one thing. The other thing is that if he plays baseball again, it will perhaps push out his eligibility for the Hall of Fame another 5 years, which would mean that you get 5 years for the voters to kind of come around on some of the guys who have been accused of using steroids. Maybe some of those guys will be in the Hall of Fame by then, and he would be a first ballot Hall of Famer, perhaps. Maybe that's the thing.
Well, that seems to make more sense. The fact that he's 50 years old, though, I mean, where is he going to pitch?
Well, it'll be interesting. I mean, if he can perform with the independent league well enough and somewhere else in the minor leagues, somebody may take a flyer.
Well,
you never know.
I'm past 50.
You're in a different situation, though. Your knees are a mess.
Yeah.
Your back is questionable. And you were a guy who ran. I don't see you running anywhere now.
I'm well north of 50. And Roger's going to feel 50, believe me, as he continues to throw.
Okay. Well, 3 1/3, 1 hit, no runs, 2 strikeouts, 37 pitches. Line sharply to left, and this will hit the base of the wall. Cody Ross hits it so hard that he's going to hold on to a single. 1 out here in the 6th inning.
3 singles tonight for Cody Ross, including an RBI single back in the 4th inning. This ball hit so hard he can only get a single out of it as it goes down that left field line. Most ballparks, that's at least 2 bases. Not here at Fenway.
1 out, 1 on. And Moro Gomez coming up. Gomez homered in the 2nd inning. Singled in the 3rd. Singled in the 4th. But you're right, though. I mean, there is some legal fees there. I'm sure that Rusty Hardin does not come cheaply. It was the.
No, I don't think so. They don't. None of them come cheaply,
no,
do they?
No, they don't. Is outside. 2-0. Two-0 pitch is outside. 3-0. Swing and a miss, and Gomez with a green light. 3-0.
He's had such a good night that Bobby Valentine gives him that green light on the 3-0 count. He gets his fastball, but no contact, as he was looking for his 2nd home run of the night.
Off the end of the bat, it is down the right field line and fair. Cody Ross heading for 3rd base. Gomez headed for 2nd. Throw is in that direction. He will be out. So his 4th hit of the game, but he is out trying to stretch it into a double.
That was an absolute bullet from Jeff Francoeur out there in right field. There's the base hit toward the end of the bat, as you can see by Gomez, and he thinks probably easy double, but not the case. Francoeur's got a great throwing arm. And once he gets to it, he throws an absolute strike to 2nd base to get Gomez.
His numbers are off the charts of outfield assists. This is his 15th of this year to lead the big leagues. It's tops in the majors. He's got 2 more than Josh Reddick does with Oakland. 8th straight year that he's had 14 or more. That is Escobar there checking. I think it kind of spiked at 2nd base by Gomez. But 112 outfield assists for Jeff Francoeur. By far the most in the major league since the beginning of 2005.
Yeah, you know, it seems like when a guy piles up that many, you just stop running on him.
Yes.
You know? And those numbers go way down when you stop running on him.
There is a pattern that he's developing. He can throw you out. So he throws out Moro Gomez at 2nd base. And here's Jared Saltalamacchia. Jared with the single in the 2nd, sac fly in the 3rd, fouled out in the 4th. That surrounds the plate but misses away from Lewis Coleman. It is 3-0. That's a strike, and it's 3-1. Red Sox have doubled up on hits on the Royals. 14 hits for the Red Sox, 7 for Kansas City. Boston on top 9-3 as they bat here in the bottom of the 6th. Ross dancing down the line at third as Saltalamacchia takes strike 2. Arbor Coat exterior stain by Benjamin Moore, a revolutionary waterborne stain that will transform your home into the envy of your entire block. Find Arbor Coat at your local Benjamin Moore retailer. Runner at third, 2 down. Payoff pitch coming to Saltalamacchia. High fly ball. Sky to right. Jeff Francoeur is calling. And catching out number 3. It ends the 6th inning through 6. Red Sox on top 9-3.
with her signature rapid-fire wit as she discusses Hollywood gossip and celebrity blunders live on stage at Foxwood Resort Casino's MGM Grand Theater, Saturday, November 10th. For tickets, visit foxwoods.com. Foxwoods is the official resort casino of the Boston Red Sox.
Back at Fenway Park, where it is 9-3, Red Sox on top of the Kansas City Royals. We head to the top half of the 7th inning. And into the game for the Red Sox, Andrew Miller. As Aaron Cook gives the Red Sox 6 very good innings. Hands it off to Miller, his 43rd appearance, 3-1 with a 2.76 earned run average. 37 strikeouts in 32 2/3 innings, and opponent's inning at just 186 against Andrew Miller. He is first out of the pen tonight. And first pitch swinging is Jeff Francoeur, fouling it off to the right, out of play. That is in there for strike 2, 0-2. These aerial views of Boston and Fenway Park brought to you by Hood, the official dairy of the Boston Red Sox. Show your support for the home team with the Hood Red Sox ice cream, available in your grocer's freezer. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Jeff Francoeur. His
Fly to right, grounded out to third base. This one fouled back, and it hangs at 1-2. Win a third of an inning last night. Here's chopper to short. Aviles on to first for the out, for the first out. Well, some news tonight, Jerry, that has just come down from the Red Sox. Last night, first save in a Red Sox uniform for Andrew Bailey, as he was left into the game to get 4 outs and got the first save of his career in a Red Sox uniform. And the guy that's been saving games for the Red Sox, Alfredo Aceves, a little miffed by what took place last night, as he was not used to close out the game. And tonight, the Red Sox have suspended the right-handed pitcher Alfredo Aceves for 3 games for conduct detrimental to the team. The announcement made by Executive Vice President General Manager Ben Cherington. That foul ball almost levels Jerry Lane.
It took Jared Saltalamacchia to go over and catch him before falling down. As this gets him right off the side of the mask, and watch him start to fall to his left.
It appears to be all right.
Yeah, from what my sources tell me, Aceves had a meltdown in the bullpen last night when not called upon to close out that ball game, and also went into Bobby Valentine's office after the game last night. And today, the 3-game suspension comes up from Valentine and the Red Sox.
This one is fouled back, and the hat comes off of Miller right back at him and into center field. Hosmer's got a 1-out single. So just to finish that up, the Aceves suspension begins tonight. And so he will be suspended for the next 3 games. Again, it is for conduct detrimental to the team. This is right back at Miller.
Right over the head and right over the glove. Knocks the hat right off Andrew Miller as he ducks to get out of the way.
Moss looks fantastic, though. That's going to be great to have great Moss. Pitches inside as it spins Abreu out of the box. And for a guy who doesn't have a lot of hair, kind of jealous. That's a lot of moss.
There's a lot of things you can do. I mean,
a lot of moss.
You can have a lot of hair if you want.
I don't want plugs.
You don't need plugs. You can get something else.
Like a rug?
Get a rug?
I don't want a rug. Everybody would know.
A piece.
There's Jeremy Jeffries up in the pen. And if I show up one night and do an open with a hairpiece, I think most people might notice. I don't know. I mean, I've been here a while now.
They'll get over it.
This is my 12th season.
They'll get used to it.
I don't think I could slide a toupee by.
No, you couldn't slide it by, but the people would get used to it after a while. I think you should go for it this off season.
Puffy hairpiece.
Yeah.
I just don't think I can do it. First of all, I don't think I could wear. I can't wear a rug. That's out.
You can wear a jacket like that. You can probably wear a rug.
Plugs are a possibility. I can be talking to plugs. Right? Maybe. This one is fouled off, but I cannot wear a rug because you would not stop laughing. You wouldn't be able to look at me in the open.
I wouldn't be able to.
Every night, welcome to Red Sox Baseball. I'm Don Rousseau along with Jerry Remy. And then I look to you, and there's no way you can look back at me if I had a big fuzzy hairpiece on.
I wouldn't be able to do the game.
You couldn't do it.
I couldn't do it.
You wouldn't even be able to look me in the eye.
No.
Because you know I'm wearing a rug. Strike 3 to Abreu. It was the second out of the 7th inning. 2 down.
You know, plus you need different kind of rugs. Like you need a rug that's like you just got a haircut.
Right. Yeah.
And then you get the little longer rug for when you need a haircut.
And then the really puffy rug.
Yeah. You know. You need then you'd have to worry about packing those to go on the road trip.
Oh, can you imagine that?
Which rugs am I going to bring? What am I going to travel in? What if it's windy on the way to the plane? I'm going to need a travel rug. 2 down. Yeah, last year we did ask people out there if you do have a good rug, a good wig, send it to either the Red Sox here in our names, in care of us, or to Nesson, because we'd like to try it at least. Because maybe it would work. Maybe it wouldn't stand out. Mark Melanson warming in the pen. Maybe I'm
so
wrong.
You're asking for used rugs?
I don't want a used rug. Maybe a new rug. Or what are they called? Not pre-owned, but new to you. New to you rug. And then I'll try it. And maybe you'll get used to it and get over it that I'm wearing a rug. Ball 4. Down to first base goes Jared Dyson.
I'll tell you, the worst rug we saw all year this year was in New York. Remember the guy?
Yes, I do.
It came to a point in the front.
Yes.
That was clearly the worst we've seen so far this year.
It looked like some sort of small animal had climbed up onto his head.
Exactly. And the back was curling up because he was sweating.
So anyway, 2 on and 2 outs here in the top half of the 7th inning. Red Sox on top 9-3. Now Alcides Escobar is 2 for 3 in the game. 2 singles, both to left. Up and in 2-0. Well, the pitching line tonight for Aaron Cook. It's a chance to grab a victory tonight. He goes 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs. He walked the batter, didn't strike anybody out. 72 pitches. Pitching line brought to you by Ace Ticket. Escobar will take a strike, and it's 2-1. That is a strike, and it's a full count. 94 miles an hour from Andrew Miller. Down and in, ball 4, and Miller now walks the bases loaded. Second walk given up by Miller, back to back here in the 7th inning. It's time now for the answer to our AT&T trivia question. Question tonight was, who is the only Hall of Famer to be traded from the Red Sox to the Dodgers? And the answer is Pee Wee Reese. Reese, who came to the Red Sox prior to the 1939 season as part of the minor league working agreement, was traded to the Brooklyn Dodgers by Boston July 18th of that season. He never actually appeared in a game for the Red Sox, making his big league debut the following year with Brooklyn. He is the 3rd on the Dodgers list in all-time games played, 2,166, elected to the Hall of Fame by the Veterans Committee in 1984. Bases loaded and 2 down. And a pitch well outside the strike zone to Alex Gordon. Two and 0. Right now having trouble. Well, tonight, Adrian Gonzalez making his Dodgers debut. Tom Caron will get us caught up on Adrian's debut tonight in L.A. as Randy Neiman comes out of the dugout. For every Red Sox game that goes into extra innings or the Sox earn a save, CVS Pharmacy will make a donation to Boston Children's Hospital towards their $25,000 donation this season. Down in the inning, bases loaded for Kansas City in the top half of the 7th inning. Back 2-1.
Back to the fastball that time for Miller, and gets it over the plate, gets the foul ball. Been missing with the breaking ball.
He went around. It's called strike anyway. 2-2. Gordon with a check swing foul back into the crowd. Hosmer at third base. Dyson at second base. Escobar at first base with 2 outs here in the 7th inning. Gordon to right field, and this will get in for a base hit. From third comes Hosmer. Dyson is behind him. 2-run score for the Royals. And it is now 9-5. Kansas City chipping away.
Now Gordon's had a heck of a night. He's got a double, a single, and 4 runs batted in so far tonight.
Bobby Valentine wants to check second base. They think that Alex Gordon, or rather Escobar, may have missed second base on his way to third.
He's going to have to make an appeal at second base, get on the rubber, step off, and throw to second. The ball is in play.
Bobby Valentine feels that Escobar missed it on the way to third base. And he did not miss it. According to second base umpire, that's going to bring out Bobby Valentine. Dan Bellino is the second base umpire. This will bring a pitching change for Bobby Valentine. Mark Melancon is coming in. 9-5, Red Sox on top. right out of the gate. How about that?
That's the way to start, isn't it?
Yep. Mark Melancon comes into his 31st game of the year. 0-2, the 6.48 earned run average. 33 and a third, 35 hits, 26 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .269 against Melancon. First appearance of this series. And with 2 innings in the final game of the series against the Angels. As the runners are at first and third for Kansas City. 2 runs in, 2 outs. And a fly ball down the right field line. Cody Ross on the run. Off the bat of Billy Butler, it will fall fair. And jump up into the seats, a ground rule double that will score 1 run. As Escobar will be given the plate with the 6th run of the night for Kansas City. They will send Gordon back to the bag at third, but it's a double, and here come the Royals. It's now 9-6.
Now Cody Ross, who was playing deep because of the power of Butler, even because this ball was hit so high, he had an opportunity at it, but he goes into the slide. It does land in fair territory. Cannot make the catch. Nice effort by Cody Ross, but the ball bounced up into the stands for the ground rule double.
He was trying to sell that it was foul to Corey Blazer, the first base umpire, looking down the line. Salvador Perez, 8th member of the Royals to bat here in the 7th inning. Perez 0 for 3 in the game, reached on a fielder's choice in the first, has grounded out twice since, and including into a double play in the 6th. This is to right field, and this will get in for a hit. This may, well, they'll only play 1. Throw is cut off, and it is now 9-7. And Salvador Perez with a single that scores Alex Gordon from third base.
Now this is how the Royals score runs. I mean, they're not a home run hitting team. They get a lot of base hits. They maintain a pretty high average offensively, and they're putting together a very big inning here in the 7th. Perez going to the opposite field, and once again out comes Bobby Valentine.
So to the pen again for the Red Sox here in the inning. It's now 9-7. Craig Breslow coming in.
Roya taking a base hit away as he jumps as high as he can to make the catch. Coors Light Freeze Can brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
All of a sudden, the Royals, who are trailing 9-3 in this game, are back within 2. It is 9-7, and they're threatening for more here in the top half of the 7th inning. They've scored 4 times. Red Sox move on to their 4th pitcher, Craig Breslow, into his 11th game in a Red Sox uniform with a 2.16 earned run average. 7 strikeouts. And opponents hitting at 185 against Breslow.
While we have a chance now, we should congratulate PR guru for the Red Sox, Pam Ganley. and our producer Russ Ken, who got married this afternoon.
Congratulations to them both. Mike Moustakas batting here. Runners at first and third with 2 down. Moustakas, the 9th member of the Royals to bat here in the top of the 7th inning. And a swing and a miss, 2-1.
Expected to get a fastball there, did not get it. Got the breaking ball from Breslow.
Well, the A's take it out of town scoreboard. Oakland beats Tampa Bay 4-2. Those are wild card leaders at the moment. Cleveland on top of New York tonight, 3-1 at the top of the 9th. Michael Brantley with a 3-run home run for the Indians. That home run still holding up right now for the Tribe. Yankees winning last night behind CC Sabathia. Jenny Delegate's caught up on more news and notes around the major leagues. Next half inning. 2-2. In the air to right field. Ross going back. It'll be Cody Ross, who is unable to make the catch. He knocks it down. 1 run is in. Here comes another in Salvador Perez. And at third base with a 2-run triple that ties this game is Mike Moustakas. Kansas City has erased what was a 6-run deficit, and they tie it up 9-9.
It looked like Cody Ross overran that baseball. There's the breaking ball and the shot to right field. Cody Ross going back, and I believe went back a little bit too far. He had to reach back to try to make the catch. And to see him stop, put the brakes on. And incredibly, this game is tied at 9.
So it erases Aaron Cook from the decision. He was a pitcher of record with a chance to pick up his 4th win. He, in 6 innings, gave up 3 runs as they will intentionally walk Jeff Francoeur. Four runs charged to Andrew Miller in the inning. Melanson did not retire anybody, and he is charged with 2 runs. And this game is tied. Well, these aerial views of Boston and Fenway Park brought to you by Hood, the official dairy of the Boston Red Sox. Show your support for the home team with Hood Red Sox ice cream, available in your grocer's freezer. Eric Hosmer stands in and takes the ball outside. Chopped right side. Pedroia will go to first to end the inning. Mercifully for the Red Sox, it is now tied 9-9. Let's check in with your need to know with NESN Daily, presented by Sun Life Financial. Here's Dale Arnold.
The Red Sox final presented by Geico at TC Jim and Jenny. They'll preview Felix DeBron's return to the Red Sox rotation in Game 3 of the series with the Royals. Recap all the events from the last 24 hours. Plus, have Adrian Gonzalez's first at bat as a Dodger. It's all coming up after the game, only on NESN. Well, this one has changed quite a bit. Red Sox had a very comfortable lead in this game of 9-3. It is now 9-9. Ryan Lavarnway leading it off here in the bottom of the 7th inning. New pitcher in for Kansas City, their 4th of the game. This will bounce in. Aaron Crow, his 56th appearance, 2-1 with a 3.53 earned run average. 51 innings, he's got 51 Ks, and opponents hitting at 228 against Crow. That's a strike, and it's 1-2. Crow had an inning of relief last night through 12 pitches. Off the end of the bat, foul, still 1-2. Lewis Coleman went an inning and a third, giving up 2 hits. No runs, he didn't walk anybody, nor did he strike anybody out. But a 6-run top of the 7th has tied this game. Now a swing and a miss for Lavarnway. Strikes out for the first out of the bottom of the 7th inning as we check in with Jenny Dell.
Don, MLB News and Notes are brought to you by Nissan. The Yankees snapped a 3-game losing streak last night thanks in part to the return of CC Sabathia from the DL. He picked up the win against his former team, the Indians, allowing just 1 run in 7 1/3 innings. And already with a 3-homer game under his belt this week, Adrian Beltre added a cycle last night. It was the 2nd of his career. The first actually came against the Rangers while he was a member of the Mariners. And the Orioles' Chris Davis connected for 3 home runs last night against the Blue Jays. He's the first Baltimore player to do so since Nick Markakis in 2006. Don?
Jenny? 9-9 game here at Fenway Park right now, and getting CC Sabathia back for the Yankees huge as he's able to win the game last night. How about Chris Davis, too, a guy that won a game here on the mound for the Orioles early this season. This is chopped to the left side. Mike Aviles comes up a 1-out base hit.
Aviles has had a nice night, 2 for 4 in the night, caused a 3-run home run back in the 2nd. And now that topspin ground ball going between 3rd and short. Now you mentioned Sabathia, of course, with Nova going on a disabled list. They get Sabathia back, and he pitches a good game for the Yankees. Very good game.
Yankees are trailing tonight to the Cleveland Indians. Red Sox tied 9-9 with 1 out and 1 on. Pedro Ciriaco coming up. He's been on twice tonight, a walk and a single after grounding out back in the 2nd inning.
Bobby Valentine has hit and run previously with Ciriaco a couple of occasions. See if that's in the card here with 1 out.
Well, last night, Ciriaco, hero for the Red Sox, game 1 of the series. Ball was on the ground. He was able to turn on and send down the left field line. 2 runs scoring for the Red Sox, and Boston grabbing the first game of the series. That's a strike, 2-1.
And if they're going to play hit and run, they may do it on this count right here. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Mills takes off, not swinging is Siriaco, and at second base, out is Aviles. Siriaco missed the sign or just elect not to swing?
Don't know if he missed the sign or if Aviles was just stealing on his own, but that was not even close at second base. Throw right there, and they're waiting for Aviles.
Aviles did look back.
Yeah, I got to believe that Siriaco missed the sign. I mean, that was the perfect time for it, the 2-1 count.
Swing and a miss. Siriaco strikes out to end the inning. So the Red Sox are gone in the 7th. We head for the 8th. Game tied 9-9. Bank made of free checking. It's got nothing to hide, which means no fees or any other types of curveballs. Check out what else we're made of at easternbank.com. Let's on to the top half of the 8th inning. Game tied 9-9. And the first pitch strike into Tony Abreu. Craig Breslow back on the mound. He got the final 2 outs of the 7th inning. Rose sent 11 men to the plate, scored 6 times, and tied the game 9-9. Action in the pen, Tim Collins, who pitched in last night's game, warming for Kansas City. This one fouled off to the right. It's 1-2. High fly ball to center field. Jacoby Ellsbury out there waiting. He'll put it away for out number 1. It's time now for tonight's twisted but true fact of the game. Baseball teams require a few things: bats, gloves, and of course uniforms. The third one presented a problem last night for the Worcester Tornadoes of the Can-Am League. team took the field. The league issued uniforms after theirs were confiscated after a lawyer representing local businesses owed money by the team. They also tried to take the equipment as well, but were told it was property of the players. Not only did the Tornadoes lose their uniforms, but they also lost the game as they fell to 27-64 on the season. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea is the refreshing hard iced tea. It tastes like real iced tea. Be a little twisted.
27-64. I don't imagine they're drawing very well.
No.
They owe some people some money.
Apparently. So one out, and batter coming up here. See if it's pinch hitter. It's going to be a pinch hitter. Lorenzo Cain. He is going to pinch hit for the center fielder Jared Dyson. He started the game in center field last night. So Dyson, who had been on twice tonight, singling and walking, pinch hit for here in the 8th inning. Huge foul, 1-2. Red Sox are on their 4th pitcher of the night. That's after their starter Aaron Cook went 6 innings, but Andrew Miller struggled, charged with 4 runs in 2/3 of an inning. Mark Melanson did not retire a batter, was charged with 2 runs. And Breslow into this game now for Boston. He's gone 2/3 of an inning so far, 1 out in the 8th. Swinging a foul at the plate. Escobar waiting on deck with 1 out in the 8th. Swing and a miss, and Breslow is able to strike out the pinch hitter Lorenzo Cain. 2 outs in the 8th. Well, on Tuesday and Wednesday of this week, Nesson and WEI held the 11th annual Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, and through the generosity of people throughout the country, over $3,300,000 were raised to support the Jimmy Fund and Dana-Farber. Over the past 11 years, over $31 million has been raised. Yesterday, in a pregame ceremony, Nesson's president, CEO Sean McGrail, along with WEI's Jason Wolf, presented a check to the Jimmy Fund. We'd like to thank everyone who donated to this great cause. Ground ball foul outside of 3rd. Red Sox Nation coming up in a big way once again this year. And thank you all for all the donations in our attempt to eradicate cancer. One pitch is a swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Pitch high in the count, 1-2. This one fouled off to the right, back up into the grandstand. Red Sox in the last of the 8th. They'll have the top of their order with Sednick, Pedroia, Ellsbury. When he gets on, Ross will have a chance in what is a tie game at the moment. Now it's Gordon waiting on deck for Kansas City.
Tomorrow we will play day baseball from Fenway Park. In fact, the next two will be day games. One-two is a pop-up, sending Dustin Pedroia out to the lawn in short right to put it away. We head to the bottom of the eighth. Game tied 9-9. Jumped out to a pretty good situation. They trailed in the game 3-0, but came right back with a 4-run second inning. First major league home run for Mauro Gomez. It is 3-1 until this 3-run shot by Mike Aviles. His 13th home run of the year puts the Red Sox on top 4-3. They would lead 9-3 until the 7th inning when Kansas City scores 6 times. A triple by Mike Moustakas drives in 2 runs to tie it up 9-9. Lorenzo Cain staying in the game, and he is in center field. Jared Dyson was pinch hit for by Cain. And he is in center as we head to the bottom of the 8th. And Scott Podsednik to lead it off. And there for strike one, the new pitcher into the game. Tim Collins, second straight night that he has worked. 58th appearance, 4-2 with a 3.13 earned run average. 16 1/3 innings. He's got 83 strikeouts, so lead the league for relievers. 193 opponent batting average.
And for those who watched the game last night, his fastball was clocked at 95 at times. Has that curveball that he just featured to Podsednik.
And the 83 strikeouts leads the American League for the Worcester native. .29 road outings. He has a 1.11 earned run average. He's only given up 4 runs in 32 1/3. 1-2 will bounce in. 2-2. To right, and that's in for a base hit. A good start to the 8th for the Red Sox. Scott Podsednik aboard.
Now Podsednik now 2 for 5 on the night. Hits in his last 2 at bats. 1 in the 5th. Now the big hit here in the 8th. battling a tough left-hander, able to drop the ball in front of Frank Cora in right field, and speed at first base in Pasednik.
Well, getting his first save in a Red Sox uniform last night, Andrew Bailey starting to warm in the pen. Dustin Pedroia, the batter, put Sednick good-sized lead at first base. Collins deals with a strike over the outside corner. Snap throw to first and just back is Podsednik. Perez almost nabbed him at first base.
I'll tell you, we've been impressed a couple of times tonight with the arm of Perez behind the plate. From his knees, tries that pickoff at first base, makes it pretty close. Sednick out there in his secondary lead had to really scramble to get back to first base.
Time call very late. Collins holding on to the baseball for a long time. Kelvin Herrera warming in the pen. Outside, framed by the catcher Perez. It's 2-1.
Would the Red Sox try the hit and run with this combination here of Pedroia and Pasednik?
I would.
It's like a changeup.
And it fools Pedroia. 2-2.
Good thing they did not have it on. That completely fooled Pedroia as he was expecting the fastball on the 2-1 count and got the changeup.
Pedroia lines it to first, and it'll turn into a double play. Hosmer elevates to make the grab, so instead of what could have been a double down the line, there are 2 outs and nobody on.
There's a chance if that ball gets over the head of Hosmer that Pasednik scores from first base. Line shot right into the glove of the left-handed first baseman. Absolutely nothing Pasednik could do, and you got the double play. So 2 balls hit hard in this inning, 2 outs.
Now Jacoby Ellsbury with the bases empty. He's been on twice tonight, a walk and a single. So he takes ball 1 outside. Two and 0. In the air to left field, struck pretty well. Back goes Gordon at the wall, and it's going to be off the wall. Gordon plays the Karen barehanded, and the throw is not going to be in time. Standing at second base with a 2-out double is Jacoby Ellsbury.
And that's 3 batters this inning that have hit the ball very hard for the Red Sox. This time Ellsbury takes the fastball to the opposite field. Off the wall, Gordon barehands it. Gets it back to second, but Jacoby standing up.
And Yost going to make the change here as Collins will come out with 2 outs in the 8th inning. He's got Herrera ready to go as it is 9-9 from Fenway. In the 8th, it's time now for a look at the road ahead, brought to you by Safeco Insurance. Tomorrow the Red Sox continue their 4-game series with the Royals. Felix Doubront returning from the DL to take the mound. It'll be his first start since August 9th. He's 10-6 on the year with one of those wins coming against the Royals back on May 7th. Our live coverage begins tomorrow at 12:30 with Red Sox first pitch. 2 down in the 8th inning, and Collins gives up a double to Ellsbury, and he's lifted from the game with 2 outs in the 8th. Responsible for Ellsbury as Kelvin Herrera comes into the game, his 59th appearance. 1-2 with the 2.66 earned run average. 61 Ks and 64 in the 3rd innings. Cody Ross, a 3-hit night already. Ellsbury taken off to 3rd. The throw to 3rd is going to be not in time. Stolen base for Jacoby Ellsbury. He's 90 feet away.
Yeah, makes a big difference, being at third base, obviously. Any kind of bobble in the infield, you can score. Tell you, there's another throw, very strong throw right there as we see chalk come up when Jacoby slides into the bag.
Ellsbury almost came off the bag.
He did.
Now Ross will take ball 2.
That last fastball clocked at 100 miles an hour from Herrera.
In the dirt, and it's 3-0. That's a strike, and it's 3-1 to Ross. This bullpen for the Royals has been very good over the last month. Coming into last night's game with a 1.89 earned run average in the month of August. That is a strike, and Cody Ross gets the bad news from Jerry Lane. It's a full count.
The changeup this time at 86. Let's see what the Amica pitch zone says. Right at the bottom of the strike zone.
Go ahead run 90 feet away with 2 outs in the 8th inning. Cody Ross 3 for 4 in the game. Here's a 3-2.
in the air to center field. Lorenzo Cain will move into right center and put it away. And the Red Sox will leave Ellsbury at third base. We head for the ninth, tied 9-9. Blimp spotting campaign. Each photo of the Hood Blimp shared on Twitter or Facebook will give fans a chance to win Hood Red Sox prize packs, including items like Hood ice cream parties, Red Sox tickets, and a chance to ride in the Hood Blimp. Visit hood.com for more details. Andrew Bailey into the game as he got the save last night. His first in a Red Sox uniform. Makes his 6th appearance of the year. Tie game here at home in the 9th. 2.70 ERA for him. 286 opponent batting average, and Alex Gordon leading it off here for Kansas City. Gordon with 2 hits tonight and 4 RBIs. Turns on this, sends it a long way foul. Red Sox at a 9-3 lead in this game. It's 9-9 now. And a pitch foul back, 0-2. Gordon fouls it off to the left, still 0-2. Bailey last night went an inning and a third for his first save since September of last year. And his first save that was longer than an inning since June 25th of last year. 1-2 is driven to center field and deep. Back goes Ellsbury, but he'll have room. Makes the catch on the base of the track for the first out of the ninth. Ever wonder what it's like to be a NESN game day producer? NESN will give one lucky fan a chance to see the broadcast from every angle, including a chance to stand with one of our camera guys. Don't miss out on this one-of-a-kind experience. To be a NESN producer for a day, visit NESN.com/producer to enter today. He'll be standing right next to Joe Stafford.
Pitch is a strike over the outside corner. This is chopped left side, cutting it off for Siriaco. His throw is good, and there are 2 outs in the ninth. Billy Butler is retired.
Yeah, Bailey looked very good in the ball game last night. A couple of quick outs here in the 9th inning tonight. Cut fastball that time, inducing the ground ball.
No 2 down in the 9th, and it brings up Salvador Perez. 1 for 4 in the game. He singled to right field his last time up. Greg Holland warming in the pen. We've not seen Holland yet in the series. In the air to deep left field. Back goes Podsednik onto the track, and he'll make the catch. So 2 long fly balls in the inning, but a 1-2-3 ninth. We head to the bottom of the 9th. All tied at 9. Infinity. And by Toyota's website for deals, buyatoyota.com. It's been a pleasant evening in Boston tonight. Started the game at 76 degrees. And we play into the bottom of the 9th inning. A game tied 9-9. Lots of hits again tonight. 29 between the 2 clubs. Gomez leading it off here for the Red Sox in the bottom of the 9th inning. And tonight when he has celebrated his first Major League home run, that came back in the 2nd inning. He's had a 4-hit night. A home run and 3 singles, driven in 3 runs. Swinging for the downs again.
That time he got a changeup too. This guy here throws from 99 to 100 miles an hour. The changeup at 87.
In the air down the right field line towards the pole, but hooking foul. Vicente Padilla warming in the pen now for the Red Sox. Padilla worked a third of an inning last night, giving up a hit. Inside 1-2. Kelvin Herrera came into the game last inning at the final out of the inning. Cody Ross to fly out. Red Sox left Jacoby Ellsbury at third base in the eighth. Jared Saltalamacchia, then Ryan LaBarnway expected in the inning. On the ground, foul. Red Sox had a 9-3 lead, but it is 9-9 now as they bat in the bottom of the ninth. Two and two. Late swing on the 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah, good job there by Gomez. That was a pretty nasty pitch on the outside corner at 100, and he fouls it off.
Seventh pitch of the at-bat coming up. Outside, full count. Good at bat here for Mauro Gomez. Gomez grounds it down the third baseline. Moustakas on the run, and it's in time. Just did get Gomez at first base. Mike Moustakas takes care of out number one.
Yeah, nice play there by Moustakas, who had to come in, get himself in a position to be able to make a good throw. Gomez does not run well, getting down the line and thrown out by a half a step.
So one down now in the ninth inning for Jared Saltalamacchia. A single and a sac fly in the game, fouled out, flied out. The RBI tonight, his 50th of the year. One of two walk-off wins for the Red Sox this season, supplied by Saltalamacchia. Count evens at 1-1. One and two.
Back-to-back change-ups, one at 90, one at 87.
Swing and a miss, and Saltalamacchia strikes out for the second out of the ninth inning.
3 straight changeups to get Saltalamacchia here in the ninth inning. Once again, the changeup at 87. That's nasty, man. You're looking up the 99, 100 on the board, and then you get that changeup.
2 down in the ninth for Ryan Lavarnway. He was singled, walked, and struck out twice. Lavarnway fouls the first pitch back. Don't forget, coming up immediately after the game, to stay with us for WB Mason Red Sox Extra Innings Live. It's all the post-game coverage you'll need right here on NESN. 2 outs in the ninth. Lavarnway into right center field, a base hit. So a 2-out base runner, potential winning run at first base for the Red Sox in the ninth.
Now Lavarnway just kind of muscled that ball into right center field. Gets a fastball up and in, gets the hands inside the baseball, and pushes it off up over the head of Abreu, the second baseman.
Two down in the ninth inning. Lavarnway at first base. Mike Aviles about to bat, but will have a pinch runner. Jose Iglesias, just called up today, will pinch run. Mike Aviles with 2 hits tonight, including the 3-run home run in the second inning. Aviles broken bat to center field will be caught by Lorenzo Cain. And we got bonus baseball here tonight from Fenway Park. Game tied 9-9. Sunlight Financial, the complete reaction and analysis of the Red Sox deal with the Dodgers, including former Red Sox manager and Dodger analyst Kevin Kennedy's take on the players coming to Boston. All this and much more on NESN Daily tonight after our Red Sox coverage only on NESN. Oh, it is a game tied 9-9 as we head to the top half of the 10th inning. Shea Swan Lynn has taken over in right field as he was called up today. So Cody Ross
as his night over. The end of the game for the Red Sox is Vicente Padilla, 45th appearance of the year, 4-1 with a 4.32 earned run average, 46 strikeouts and 41 2/3. And opponents hitting at .285 against Padilla. Already seen Miller, Melanson, Breslow, Bailey, and now Padilla as this 10th inning begins. Mike Moustakas leads it off for Kansas City, and he takes that slow breaking ball for a strike. Follows it up with the fastball, and it's fouled off. 0-2. And hit in the back is Moustakas. So ahead 0-2. Padilla hits him in the back.
Trying to come inside to waste a pitch and get him off the plate, and instead gets him right under the number 8 on his back. We'll see how the Royals play this as they work toward the bottom of their batting order.
Jeff Francoeur standing in, has been aboard once. He was intentionally walked in the 7th inning. Takes a pitch inside for ball 1. On the outside corner, 1-1. Shinichi Tozawa back with the Red Sox. He's gone only a day, but he returns. Chopped right side softly as Gomez a bobble. He will flip to first to get the out there. So he gets an out somewhere. Thinking about second, but can't get it there. Moustakas takes second base.
That looked like trouble right out of the chute there for Gomez, as he wanted to go to second base, obviously, to get that lead man. Little tap down that first base line. He picks it on that big hop, and then he just bobbles it. Does have time to turn around and get that underhand flip to first base to get one out, but that all-important go-ahead runs at second base.
They will intentionally put on Eric Hosmer. So Hosmer down to first base, 2 on, 1 away. I think their chances with Tony Abreu is coming up next. In there for strike 1. With a single back in the 5th inning, a 1-for-4 night from the number 9 spot of the Kansas City order.
swing and a miss. Elevated the fastball there at 94 miles an hour, and Padilla ahead 0-2. Mike Moustakas at second base. Eric Hosmer at first base. One out in the 10th. Swing and a miss. 93 miles an hour on the fastball that strikes out Abreu. 2 down in the 10th.
It looked like Padilla wanted to stay upstairs and get Abreu that time. High fastball again. About letter high, and Abreu with that uppercut swing. No contact.
2 down for Lorenzo Cain. Cain takes ball 1. Swinging a foul. 1-1. Outside, it is 2-1. Lorenzo Cain came into the game to pinch hit in the 8th inning, struck out. Alcides Escobar waiting on deck with 2 outs and 2 on here in the 10th. Cain chops it foul, and it's 2-2. In the bottom of the 10th inning, Red Sox expecting Siriaco, Podsednik, and Pedroia. Bobby Valentine said today before the game that possibly David Ortiz will be available to pinch hit. Strikes out. Padilla's out of a jam as the Royals threaten but do not score. We head to the bottom of the 10th, tied 9-9. Red Sox Extra Innings Live with TC, Jim, and Jenny. Have a breakdown of Aaron Cook's outing, including his take on tonight's performance, plus catch Bobby Valentine's thoughts on Game 2 of the series from the Fenway interview room. It's all coming up right after the game on WB Mason Extra Innings Live. It is on to the bottom of the 10th inning. Padilla with a K to end last inning.
Fastball away from Padilla again at about 94, and Kane could not check the swing.
Pedro Siriaco to lead it off here against Herrera, who's been in this game since the 8th. It's the final out of the 8th. Pitches tonight, starts the 10th. There's strike one to Siriaco. He's been on base twice tonight, a walk and a single. He's also scored a run. 30 hits between the two teams tonight. 18 for the Red Sox, 12 for Kansas City. This game tied 9-9 in the bottom of the 10th. Siriaco swinging a miss, 0-2.
Yeah, really shading him to the opposite field. Francoeur way over in right field. And Kane also in center field shading Siriaco. Big gap in left center field.
Siriaco on the ground into right field, a base hit. And the Red Sox have the lead runner on in the 10th inning. And a speedy runner at that.
And a good buncher coming to the plate in Posednik. Siriaco with a couple of strikes gets a fastball and just goes the other way with it. They were playing on the line. Plenty of room over there for the base hit.
Francisli Bueno is in the pen. Ball one to Scott Podsednik. Podsednik with 2 hits in the game tonight, a single in the 5th, a single in the 8th. And he is squaring, pulls it back, gets away. Siriaco to scoring position, and he rounds second base. So how about that? They were trying to get the sacrifice down, but instead, on a ball that gets away, Siriaco gets up to second base.
Yeah, now instead of trying to get him to second base, Podsednik will probably be trying to get him to third base. That ball bouncing way away from Perez, the catcher, and Siriaco no problem getting in the scoring position.
Siriaco at second with nobody out. And Podsednik in a 9-9 game in the 10th. Still dropping it down. And the pitcher Herrera going to first, and it is just in time. Very close play. Siriaco gets to third, though, on the sacrifice. Almost punts it for a base hit there. This kind of speed.
That's a good job by Podsednik. It is very, very difficult to bunt a guy that's throwing 100 miles an hour. And he's able to get that ball on the ground. The only play was to first base, and I'm not so sure he was out at first base. Very close play. Now let's see how the Royals play this. Will they walk Pedroia and Ellsbury and take their chance with the bases loaded with Lynn? Remember, Lynn in the ball game now, hitting in Ross's spot, the cleanup spot.
Well, they intentionally walk Pedroia first and third. We'll see what they do with Ellsbury. Largely probably the same thing as they come in to talk about it, and Ed Yost, the manager, headed out. And he's going to make a change. So 9-9 the score, 1 out. Bueno makes his way in. Sox final presented by Geico at TC Jim and Jenny. They'll preview Felix Jabrant's return to the Red Sox rotation in Game 3 of the series with the Royals. Recap all the events from the last 24 hours. Plus have Adrian Gonzalez's first at bat as a Dodger. It's all coming up after the game, only on NESN. Now the Red Sox with a chance to win this game here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Francisco Bueno, his 6th appearance without a record, a 2.84 earned run average. It's hitting at 261 against Bueno. It was first appearance in 8 days on Monday night at Tampa Bay. 31-year-old had 5 saves and 54 strikeouts for the AAA Omaha Royals. Ready to work to Jacoby Ellsbury. So first and third, and a lefty-lefty matchup here.
Infield in, outfield in for the Royals.
Winning run 90 feet away, and Pedro Siriaco. Ellsbury takes a look at ball 1. Inside, almost hits Ellsbury as he's able to steer away from it. 2-0. Siriaco at third base, representing the winning run. Ellsbury grounds it right side. Coming home with it is Hosmer, and the throw is going to be in time. Out is Siriaco at the plate with the infield in. Hosmer comes home. And that is out number 2 of the inning. Huge out for Kansas City.
That's a heck of a play by Hosmer right there, and also the catcher Perez. Side-on throw to the plate. Perez right there to make the catch, hold on to the baseball, and Siriaco is out. Bueno likes what his infielders did. So it's up to Lynn.
Jay Swan Lynn just called back up today as part of the series of moves the Red Sox have made. He is 1 for 5 on the season for the Red Sox. Lynn takes strike 1. Six games with the Red Sox so far in 2012. Lynn lines it foul to the end of the Red Sox dugout. Down 0-2. In the dirt, 1-2. Kansas City has used Tiford in this game, Coleman, Crow, Collins, Herrera, and now Bueno.
And they have been able to keep the Red Sox off the scoreboard.
They still have Holland and Jeffress in the bullpen. One-two pitch. Lynn strikes out, and we head for the 11th inning at Fenway. Game tied 9-9. Blue Jays visit Fenway Park for weekend series September 7th through September 9th. Get your tickets now for all these games at redsox.com/tickets. Well, 9-9 game as we head to the 11th inning back at Fenway Park. Anthony Tazawa into the game for the Red Sox here for the 11th. 21st appearance, no record, a 1.37 earned run average, 26 and a third innings, 22 strikeouts, and opponents hitting at .292 against Tazawa.
Well, the Red Sox had a great chance there in the 10th inning. It all started with the base hit by Siriaco, sacrifice. They had the men in position to get him home, but Ellsbury grounds out to first base, and then Lynn strikes out, so on and on we go.
So
Vicente Padilla working an inning, giving him no hits, no runs. He walked a batter, struck out 2, and hit a batter. And now Tazawa into the game is Alcides Escobar. Leads it off here in the 11th inning. Escobar, Gordon, and Butler expected. Chop to third. Siriaco's got it at the lip of the grass for the first out of the 11th. So lead runner on here in the 11th inning, and Alex Gordon coming up.
Gordon's had a big night. 4 RBIs on the night for Alex Gordon.
Outside, 2-0. Aaron Cook, the starter tonight for the Red Sox, went 6 innings. Since then, Miller, Melanson, Breslow, Bailey, Padilla, now Tazawa. That is strike 1, 2-1. Billy Butler waiting on deck as the Royals bat here in the top half of the 11th inning. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Fastball at 96 from Tazawa.
And he started him off with 2 splitters, then 2 fastballs in a row. That one away from Gordon. Gets the swing and miss.
Foul back, and it hangs at 2-2. Swing and a miss. Tazawa is able to strike out Gordon. 2 down in the 11th.
And back to the split-fingered fastball for Tazawa to pick up the strikeout. Down and in.
Now Billy Butler with 2 outs here in the 11th inning. Butler tonight has 3 hits in the game and a couple of RBIs. DH for the Kansas City Royals, batting with 2 outs in the 11th inning. Butler rips this foul. Butler thought about it, but doesn't pull the trigger, and it's 1-1. That'll bounce in for ball 2. Red Sox had a 9-3 lead in this game at one point, but Kansas City comes up with 6 in the 7th inning to tie the score 9-9. Here we are in the 11th inning. Salvador Perez on deck. On the outside corner for strike 2.
Now, Butler has not seen a fastball yet. He's seen 4 split-fingered fastballs from Tazawa.
Butler with a swing and a miss. He strikes out. A 1-2-3 11th inning for Tazawa. Mauro Gomez can be leading it off. He's already got his first Major League home run of the year earlier. Can he do it again? Come back and find out. The hot seat as local kids put the Sox to the test. Their musical tastes and pop culture picks are revealed, along with bloopers and other surprises. Tune in to the best of Red Sox Small Talk, presented by Boston Children's Hospital, Monday night at 5:30. We head to the last half of inning number 11 at Fenway, 9-9 game. And Mauro Gomez coming up to lead it off here for the Red Sox in the 11th inning. Bueno back on the mound here for Kansas City. He's able to get the final 2 outs of the 10th inning. Red Sox had the lead runner on and Pedro Siriaco, but he was gunned down at the plate with the infield in. That's a strike, and it's 1-1. Red Sox stranding 1 in the 9th, 2 in the 10th inning. in the air, foul off to the right, out of play.
Well, where everybody was in last inning with the men on base, now very deep in the outfield trying to prevent the double. See Kane deep in center field.
Ball 3, full count. On deck, Jared Saltalamacchia. And Jose Iglesias expected to bat as he had pinch run for Ryan Lavarnway in the 9th inning. 3-2 pitch. That is strike 3. And first out of the 11th inning. Second strikeout for Bueno.
Now Bueno makes a very good pitch here as he goes to the outside corner. No question about that call. Those pitches away from Gomez in that at bat.
1 out in the 11th as Jared Saltalamacchia steps in. Singled back in the 2nd inning, sac fly in the 3rd. Since then, he's fouled out, flied out, struck out. Line towards the gap in left center field. This will get down. Kane over to play it quickly. Saltalamacchia throws the brakes on, and he'll be held to a 1-out single. It gets away, but backed up by Hosmer, who dives along the line to keep that from getting away.
Well, we mentioned earlier in this inning they were playing very deep, and that's the reason why. It gives them a chance to cut the ball off in the gap. This looked like 2 bases when it left the bat, but because they were so deep, Kane is able to get to that ball, get it back in, and hold Saltalamacchia to the single. Kind of a circus act once it got back into the infield, but Hosmer was able to make the play.
Iglesias will bat for himself here. We wondered about the availability of David Ortiz. Apparently not available. One out, one on. Iglesias pinch ran in the 9th, bats for the first time. And Iglesias takes strike 1. On the ground, back to the pitcher. Bueno to second for 1, on to first, and it's in time. The double play will send us to the 12th inning from Fenway with the game tied 9-9. Tied 9-9, 32 hits now between the two teams. Red Sox out hitting Kansas City 20-12 in this game as we head to the 12th inning. Shinichi Tozawa back on the mound for the Red Sox. They'll get ready to face Salvador Perez, Mike Moustakas, and Jeff Francoeur scheduled to bat in the inning. Salvador Perez to lead it off. The catcher for the Kansas City Royals. He has been on twice, singled in the 7th inning. It's a game better than 4 hours old here from Fenway Park as we play into the 12th inning tonight. Red Sox and Royals will play day baseball here tomorrow. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Everything else final in the American League tonight. Yankees losing to Cleveland tonight 3-1. Baltimore beating Toronto 7-2. And Oakland beats Tampa Bay 4-2. This is laced foul down the third baseline.
Siriaco playing right on top of that line. Again, it's trying to prevent the double down that left field line.
In the dirt, and it's 2-2. Mike Moustakas waits on deck, and then we will see Jeff Francoeur in the inning. Swing and a miss. 96-mile-an-hour fastball for Tozawa, his third K since he's been in.
He's got strikeouts on a splitter to Butler, and now the fastball up and out of the strike zone to Perez.
So one down here in the 12th inning brings up Mike Moustakas. A triple in the 7th inning. 1 for 4 in the game. Was hit by a pitch in the 10th. In there for strike one. On the ground right side, Pedroia to his right, on to first. And there are 2 outs in the 12th inning. Well, on the Ace Ticket Out of Town scoreboard, Cleveland beats New York 3-1. 8-2 Baltimore on top of Toronto. 7-2. The Dodgers have the lead tonight over Miami. They're already in the bottom of the 7th inning on the West Coast. And Adrian Gonzalez 1 for 4 in his debut. Hit a home run at his first at bat with the Dodgers. Here's Jeff Francoeur, who is 0 for 4 with an intentional walk in the game. On the outside corner for strike one. Zawa has 5 outs on 22 pitches. 3 by way of the K. On the ground, foul outside of third. Bounce in, 2-2. Hosmer waits on deck with 2 outs here in the top half of the 12th inning. Breaking ball that'll miss inside.
I think other than the split-fingered fastball and the fastball, that's the first curveball that Zawa has thrown in the game tonight since coming in.
Ball 4 and a base runner for the Royals with 2 outs here in the 12th inning as Jeff Francoeur draws a walk. Eric Hosmer coming up. Hosmer batting out of the number 8 spot, has 12 home runs on the year for the Royals. Tonight has got a base hit. He got that back in the 7th, a 1-for-4 night. Swing and a miss for strike 1.
Hosmer, who has 12 home runs on the season, was trying to make it 13 with that swing.
Fouls it back. 95 on the fastball from Zawa, and it's 0-2. Nine runs on 20 hits and no errors for the Red Sox. 9 runs on 12 hits and an error for Kansas City. The Royals have a runner at first base with 2 outs in the 12th inning. Zawa into his 2nd inning of relief. In the dirt, 1-2. Chopped down the first baseline foul. Red Sox have not yet used Clayton Mortensen in this game. He had been up very early in the game. When Aaron Cook was pitching, the Red Sox started with the first 6 innings. 1-2 pitch coming up here to Eric Hosmer. Very high, 2-2.
Tazawa working up and down, up with the fastballs, down with the splitters.
In the air, foul down the left field line, out of play. Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming up here for Eric Hosmer. In the air to left field. Podsednik on the run, won't get there. It's quickly by him. As Francoeur runs for third base, he will get there on the double for Eric Hosmer. And it's now second and third with 2 outs for Kansas City here in the 12th inning.
Well, from the 7th inning on, Hosmer's been on base 3 times. A base hit, an intentional walk, and now this double again. A high fastball up around the letters that he takes to the opposite field for the double. Sadek being very careful playing that ball off the wall and get it back into the cutoff man.
And Randy Neiman, the pitching coach, coming out to talk here as Tony Abreu will be the next batter for Kansas City. And Clayton Mortensen starting to warm up now. First time since the early portion of this game. Might have been the first inning. Kansas City had scored 3 times very quickly on Aaron Cook back in the first. Cook ends up going 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs. The only runs he gave up came in that first inning. Walked a batter, didn't strike anybody out. But now Mortensen back up again some 4 hours and 20 minutes later.
That's like having a day's rest.
So he's good to go. Tony Abreu, the batter, with runners at second and third. Abreu, strike 1, foul tip. Again in 96, and it's 0-2.
And I think by design, too, that they're throwing Abreu high fastballs. That's how they struck him out back in the 10th inning. And back-to-back high fastballs by Tazawa.
Abreu lines it into left field for a base hit from third. Francoeur will score the go-ahead run for the Kansas City Royals, who have done this with 2 outs in the 12th inning. They pull ahead 10-9. And you got to hand it to Tony Abreu. Didn't look very good in the first 2 cuts, but he gets a base hit going the other way.
Well, they go fastball again, but not as high as they would have liked to have had it. That time it's outside part of the plate, and Abreu is able to make the contact on it to the opposite field.
Bobby Valentine out to make the change here. He's had Mortensen up in the pen. And that's going to do it for Shinichi Tazawa as the Kansas City Royals have pulled ahead here 10-9 in the 12th inning. The pitching change from Fenway Park as Clayton Mortensen makes his way in.
And the Red Sox bring on another pitcher as Clayton Mortensen comes into the game for Boston. Becomes the 8th pitcher of the night for the Red Sox, and Mortensen in here in the 12th inning as he makes his 18th appearance, 1-1 with a 2.30 earned run average, 24 strikeouts in 31 and a third innings, and opponents hitting at 200 against Mortensen. Tazawa ends up going an inning and actually more than that, 2 2/3 innings of relief. No, I was right the first time. 1 2/3 innings of relief for Tazawa. Came in the 11th and gets the first 2 outs of the 12th inning. He is responsible for the runners on first and third right now, and has been charged with the go-ahead run. He is on the hook. Lorenzo Cain, the top of the order now for the Royals. He pinch hit in the 8th, struck out, and then struck out again in the 10th. So 0 for 2 since coming in for Jared Dyson, who started the game in center field. Greg Holland is back up again for Kansas City. Swing and a miss, and it's a ball and a strike. Holland has a total of 6 saves for Kansas City. And for the Red Sox in the bottom of the 12th inning, expected Mike Aviles, Pedro Siriaco, and Scott Podsednik. Works out to be 8-9-1 in the Red Sox order, and at the very least trailing by a run. Right now the Royals looking for more. They have Hosmer at third base, Abreu at first base, and 2 outs in the inning. Outside for ball 2. This will get away from Saltalamacchia. Hosmer thought about it, but not far enough away. However, Abreu at first base takes second base.
A good job by Saltalamacchia to soften that up just enough where the runner could not come and score. Good fundamentals there by Saltalamacchia, taking it off the chest protector.
One foul back below us. Full count now. Cities Escobar on deck. But there are 2 outs here in the 12th inning. Swing and a miss, and striking out to end the inning is Cain. But Kansas City pulls ahead with a run in the 12th. It's 10-9 Kansas City.
Boston, the Royals grab a run on the top half of the 12th inning. Red Sox have had their chances in the 10th inning with a runner at third base and one out. Infield in, and Pedro Ciriaco is thrown out at the plate by Eric Hosmer. Then in the 10th inning, Chase-Wan Lin strikes out. 11th inning, Red Sox had a runner on, and rounding into a double play is Jose Iglesias back to the mound. So it is on to inning number 12 for the Red Sox. They now trail by a run, 10-9. And the new pitcher on for Kansas City, their closer Greg Holland, into the game. I mentioned he has 6 saves. So he takes over for Bueno. He's a pitcher of record right now. Bueno ended up going an inning and a third. And Holland into his 52nd game of the year, 6-3 with a 3.00 earned run average. All 6 saves have come in the month of August for Holland. Mike Aviles, the former Kansas City Royal, leads it off here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Aviles pops it up. Foul ground third base way. Moustakas over by the dugout. May have a chance, but he can't make the catch.
Leaning over the camera down there at third base, trying to make that catch. Just out of his reach.
Aviles gets another try and fouls it back and out of play. Popped up left side of the infield. Shortstop Escobar, equidistant between second and third, puts it away for out number 1 of the 12th inning. That brings up Pedro Ciriaco. Greg Holland, 26 years of age. Allowed just 1 run over his last 13 games. 0.64 earned run average. 1 run in 14 1/3 innings pitched for the right-hander. Has 1 out in the 12th inning as Pedro Ciriaco stands in. And he takes strike 1. Ciriaco tonight on base 3 times, a walk and 2 singles.
Things look promising for the Red Sox back in the 10th inning when Ciriaco started that inning with a single.
Ground ball down the third baseline, foul. Ciriaco down 1-2. Line and caught at second base by Tony Abreu for the second out of the 12th inning. Red Sox down to their last out as Scott Podsednik makes his way to the plate. Podsednik with 2 hits in the game, 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 8th, both singles. And a 2-for-5 night leading off for the Red Sox again tonight. 2 down in the 12th, though. Podsednik takes a strike over the outside corner and it evens at 1-1. Red Sox had a 9-3 lead in this game, but now trail 10-9 in the 12th inning. 1-1. Chop to shortstop, and Escobar will go to first base for the out. That ends the ball game. So in 12 innings, the Kansas City Royals win this one by a score of 10-9. And Jerry, a frustrating night for the Red Sox. Had the big lead, but could not put it away.
Well, when you look at this game, you just look at the work of the bullpen of the Kansas City Royals. It was incredible tonight against the Red Sox. The Red Sox had the big lead in the ball game. The Kansas City Royals bullpen comes in. They completely shut down Boston while their club puts up some runs. And give credit to Kansas City for pulling this one out.
Final score again, 10-9. The Royals beat the Red Sox. For Jerry Remy and Jenny Dell, I'm Don Orsillo saying goodnight from Fenway Park. Join us again tomorrow for Game 3 of the series with the Royals. Felix Dubron coming off the DL to make the start. Live coverage begins at 12:30. It's been a presentation of NESN, New England's most watched sports network. Time now for WB Mason's Extra Innings Live. Here's Tom Caron.